I had always wanted to get away from it all. Escape the buzz of city life, the noise, the endless messages, the demands, the people. So when I found this old cabin, tucked away in the woods, it seemed like the perfect place to recharge. There wasn't much to it. A small, weathered structure with a few rooms and a porch that overlooked a vast expanse of trees and hills. It was the kind of place you'd see in a painting, where everything looked perfect in the distance, but you knew up close the cracks and where told a different story. The cabin had been empty for years. The owner had left it behind, not bothering to fix it up for sale, and I had come across it by accident. A friend had mentioned a cabin like this was available for rent, but when I called, the number was disconnected. Yet, I decided to check it out myself, figuring I could get away for a weekend. Maybe the cabin was still there, and it was. I found the old wooden cabin nestled deep in the woods, the smell of pine in the air, the sunlight filtered through the canopy above. I didn't see anyone else for miles, and it felt like I was the only person on the planet. For the first time in a long time, I felt completely alone. No one watching, no distractions. It was the kind of peace I'd been yearning for. When I stepped inside, the wooden floors creaked beneath my boots. The furniture was old, but sturdy enough to sit on, with dust collecting in corners and windows. There was a fireplace in the living room, a small kitchen, a couple of bedrooms, and a single bathroom. It wasn't luxurious by any means, but it was perfect. I could live without the amenities of the modern world for a few days. I set my things down, unpacked a few items, and decided to go for a hike before it got too late. The sun was still high in the sky, and I wanted to take full advantage of the natural beauty around me. I had a small trail map that the cabin owner had left behind, though it was barely readable due to age. Still, it was enough to give me a sense of direction. The woods surrounding the cabin were dense, the kind of forest where the trees stood so close together that only a little sunlight filtered through. I could hear the rustling of animals in the underbrush, the occasional bird call. As I walked, I couldn't help but notice how quiet it was. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, but a deep, unnerving silence. There were no insects buzzing, no distant sounds of water flowing, just stillness. I walked for an hour or so, following the overgrown trail as best I could. The path twisted and turned, and before long, I was far from the cabin, far enough that I could no longer see the cabin's faint outline through the trees. The farther I went, the more the woods began to feel different. There was something off about it, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. It was the kind of feeling that crept up on you slowly, at first just a vague discomfort, but then the realization that you might be out of place. I turned around, deciding it was time to head back. But as I retraced my steps, I realized the trail had changed. What had once been a clear, narrow path was now obscured. The trees seemed to have shifted in a way that made the familiar path unfamiliar. The branches reached out, like long fingers trying to guide me deeper into the forest, or maybe to trap me there. I didn't panic, but I started walking faster. The woods were dense, and soon I couldn't hear anything but my own footsteps. I reached a clearing, and that's when I saw something strange. A patch of ground that looked disturbed. There were footprints, but they weren't animal tracks. No, these were too large, too deep, as if someone had been walking through here, perhaps not too long ago. I hesitated, staring at the tracks. My heart rate increased slightly, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. But I didn't see anyone. No movement, no signs of life, just silence. I kept walking, keeping my eyes on the ground as the trail seemed to get even harder to follow. The sun had begun to dip lower in the sky, and I knew I had to make it back to the cabin before darkness set in. The woods felt heavier now, as though the night was already creeping in. My breathing quickened as I realized I had been walking for much longer than I thought. Then I heard something, a snap, not from the trees, not from the wind. No, this sound was closer. It was a footstep, a deliberate step. Someone or something was behind me. My heart raced and I stopped. I didn't want to turn around. I didn't want to acknowledge whatever it was, but I had no choice. I slowly turned my head, scanning the trees, looking for any sign of movement. There was nothing, only the dense woods stretching on forever. I took a deep breath and tried to shake the feeling of being watched. But the footsteps continued. They followed me just close enough to make me feel uneasy, but not so close as to make me feel threatened, at least not immediately. Still, I couldn't help but pick up my pace. Every rustle in the underbrush made my heart skip a beat. The clearing came into view again, and I rushed towards it, my legs burning. The footsteps continued, though now they seemed closer. I broke into a sprint, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be following me. Could it be another hiker? Someone who had wandered off the trail? But why did they not make any sound, not call out? Why were they just walking behind me so close? I didn't dare stop, my breathing shallow and ragged. I pushed myself faster, past the clearing, through the thick brush, until I finally saw the cabin in the distance. The familiar shape of the roof, the outline of the porch. I wasn't far now, but as I reached the porch, the footsteps stopped. It was silent again, too quiet. I was safe for now, but my sense of unease lingered. Something about the way the woods felt, the silence that had crept back in, told me I wasn't alone. I quickly bolted the door behind me and made sure every window was closed. The sun was nearly gone, and the world outside seemed colder, darker. I sat down in a chair by the fire, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. Nightfall came fast. The wind began to howl through the trees outside, and I could hear it rattling against the cabin. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. I kept staring at the door, listening intently for any sounds. Then I heard it. A knock, just one. Quiet, soft, almost like it had been testing the door, like it was waiting for me to open it. I didn't move, couldn't. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a scraping sound, like something dragging against the wood. I stood up, my legs shaky. I couldn't let whatever was inside, but I knew I had to be careful. I had no idea who or what was outside, but I wasn't going to open the door to find out. The knocking continued for what felt like hours. Then suddenly it stopped. I didn't know what to do next. My mind raced, and I tried to think of any way to defend myself. I considered the fireplace tools, but that was a last resort. I checked the phone, but there was no signal. I was completely isolated. After a long while, I couldn't stand the silence any longer. I crept over to the window and peeked through the curtains. Nothing. The night outside was still, dark, and cold. No movement, no sounds, just the forest swallowing up everything in its depths. I don't know when, but at some point, I must have fallen asleep, exhaustion finally overtaking me. I woke up the next morning, the sunlight streaming through the windows. It was hard to believe that anything strange had happened the night before, but I remembered the knocks, the scraping sounds, the footsteps that had followed me. I spent the next few days in the cabin, unsure of what had happened or what I had heard, but I didn't see anything strange again. I packed up my things, leaving the woods behind. But as I drove away, something lingered in my mind. The footsteps had stopped once I reached the cabin. Maybe they had been nothing. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks. But a small part of me still wondered, as the road stretched out before me, if I had truly been alone. And that thought haunted me. I had never considered myself the type to go on solo trips into the wilderness. But after the breakup and the monotony of city life, I needed a break. Something quiet, something that would allow me to clear my mind and just breathe without the constant pressure of work and social media. A remote cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect solution, a chance to escape and reset. I found a listing online for a small, secluded cabin near the edge of a national forest. It was a bit off the beaten path, the kind of place where you'd have to drive down a dirt road for a good stretch, but it promised solitude and peace, exactly what I was looking for. The owner was an older man who was renting it out while he was away. I spoke with him on the phone a couple of times before booking, and he seemed friendly enough, though he did give me a few warnings about the area. Nothing to worry about, he had said, but it's deep in the woods. There's no cell signal once you get past the main road, and you'll only find a handful of cabins scattered around. Stay inside when the sun sets, though, especially during the colder months. Things can get a little Wild After Dark. I thought it was just a weird old man talking about bears or coyotes. I didn't think much of it. The drive there was long. I followed the directions he had sent me, past miles of empty fields, through sleepy towns where the roads narrowed and the houses were far apart. Felt like I was heading into the middle of nowhere. The further I went, the more the landscape shifted from suburban to wild. Dense forests, the occasional clearing, and a sense of isolation that kept creeping up on me. I turned down a dirt road, the tires kicking up dust behind me, and the trees seemed to close in on both sides. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. The cabin wasn't much to look at when I finally arrived. It was small, maybe one bedroom, a small kitchen area, a living room with a couple of worn chairs, and a fireplace. There was a porch with a rocking chair, and the view out the back was nothing but thick trees and brush. There was a small creek nearby, the kind that made a soft gurgling sound, peaceful and quiet. Perfect for getting away from everything, I thought. I unloaded my stuff, setting up in the cabin, trying to make it feel like home for the next few days. The weather was overcast, and I could feel a chill in the air despite it being early spring. I lit the fire in the fireplace to warm up the place, and then went outside to explore a little. The area around the cabin was beautiful, with tall trees and the soft, almost melodic sounds of nature. Birds chirped, and the creek ran steadily in the distance. As the sun started to dip below the horizon, the temperature dropped significantly, and the woods around me became even quieter. The feeling of being alone in this vast space started to sink in. I had no neighbors, no other houses around, just the stillness of the forest. It was nice, but also a little unnerving. By the time darkness had fully settled in, I had eaten dinner and was sitting by the fire with a book. I heard the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional snap of a twig, but that was it. The isolation was complete. I was starting to feel that small sense of unease again, the kind that comes when you realize you're a long way from civilization and there's no one around for miles. I kept telling myself I was being silly. I was just tired, and I needed to relax. That night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, I heard something. It was faint at first, just the sound of something moving outside, far in the distance. I tried to brush it off as an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound grew louder, like something walking, or maybe someone moving through the brush. My heart started to race, and I sat up in bed, straining to listen. It wasn't an animal. The sound was too deliberate, too heavy. I couldn't explain it, but it didn't sound natural. I grabbed the flashlight from the table next to the bed, trying to shake off the unease that was building in my chest. The beam of light swept across the room, casting shadows on the walls. I stood there in the silence, listening. The sound stopped for a moment, and I thought maybe it had been my imagination. But then it came again, closer this time, the unmistakable crunch of something or someone stepping on the ground outside. My pulse quickened. I tried to tell myself it was just another animal, but my instincts were screaming at me. I locked the door to the cabin, just in case, and crouched down near the window, trying to peer outside through the thick darkness. Nothing. The forest was still. No movement, no sounds, just the wind. I decided to stay put, not wanting to investigate further, not knowing what was out there. The night stretched on, every creak of the cabin, every snap of a twig outside, making me jump. Couldn't sleep. The feeling of being watched lingered in the back of my mind, but eventually, exhaustion took over. I finally drifted off, though not without the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I was exhausted, but I had to admit that the eerie events of the night before were probably just my overactive imagination. I spent the day hiking through the woods, trying to shake off the unease. It was a beautiful day, the kind that made you appreciate the peace of nature. The sun was out, and the temperature was perfect. But even as I hiked, there was something in the air that I couldn't quite place. Tension, a feeling that something wasn't right. I decided to head back to the cabin before nightfall, not wanting to be caught out in the woods after dark. The sun was beginning to set as I approached the cabin, casting long shadows over the landscape. That's when I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. The door to the cabin was slightly ajar. I knew I had locked it. I was sure of it. I checked the door multiple times before heading out for my hike. But now it was open. I froze. My mind raced with possibilities. Could I have just forgotten to lock it? Was it the wind? But I knew it hadn't been the wind. The door was heavy, and the latch was sturdy. There was no way it could have been moved by itself. I approached cautiously, taking slow, deliberate steps. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I reached for the door. My hand hovered over the handle, but I hesitated. What if someone was inside? What if the person from the night before had come back? I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The cabin was empty. The fire was out, and the place looked undisturbed. But there was something off, something I couldn't put my finger on. It felt wrong, like it had been invaded in some way, though nothing seemed physically out of place. I locked the door behind me and spent the rest of the evening on edge. I kept hearing things, footsteps in the distance, the rustle of leaves, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was as if the forest itself was alive, aware of my presence, and it didn't like me being there. The next day, I decided to leave. I had had enough. The constant feeling of unease, the strange sounds, and the unsettling experiences were more than I could handle. I packed up my things, not wanting to stay another night. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was following me. I glanced in the rearview mirror more times than I care to admit, expecting to see a shadow in the distance. But there was nothing. The woods were quiet again. I didn't stay in touch with the cabin owner. I didn't want to explain what had happened or even relive it. I didn't know if he knew about the strange occurrences, but I wasn't willing to stick around to find out. I didn't want to know what had been lurking out there, or why I had felt so intensely like I wasn't supposed to be there. But what mattered most was that I made it out. I don't know what happened at that cabin, and I'm not sure I want to know. Maybe it was just the isolation getting to me, or maybe something else was at play. But whatever it was, I was glad to leave it behind. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. I had been dreaming of a weekend getaway for months, the kind of retreat where I could get away from work, people, and the constant noise that comes with living in the city. I'd always been drawn to the quiet and isolation of the wilderness. A small cabin, tucked away in the woods, seemed like the perfect place. The cabin I had rented was secluded, located at the edge of a thick forest, miles away from the nearest neighbor or highway. The morning I arrived, I was excited but also filled with a slight sense of nervousness. The long drive through winding dirt roads had me feeling like I was stepping into another world. The cabin itself was simple, but it looked sturdy. It was small, with a porch that faced a dense stretch of trees. The air smelled fresh, the kind of crispness that you can only get away from city life. I unloaded my stuff, made sure the front door was securely locked, and then settled in for the evening. It was peaceful, almost unnervingly so. The only sounds were the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind and distant bird calls. The first night, everything seemed perfectly normal. I went to bed early, feeling the weight of the long drive on my shoulders. The bed was comfortable enough, though it creaked when I shifted. I slept soundly, waking only once to the sound of something scratching at the window. At first, I thought it was just the wind or an animal, but something about it felt off. I brushed it off and went back to sleep, figuring it was nothing worth worrying about. The next morning, I went for a walk around the property, enjoying the peace and quiet. The surrounding woods were dense, the kind of forest where the trees seemed to block out the sky, making everything feel dimmer and cooler. I walked for about an hour, lost in my own thoughts, before deciding to head back to the cabin. On the way back, I noticed something odd. Fresh footprints in the dirt near the edge of the trees. They were large, and they seemed to be heading in the direction of the cabin. At first, I thought maybe someone else had passed through here recently, but the more I looked at the footprints, the more I started to feel uneasy. There was something about them, too big, too deep, like they didn't belong to anyone I'd seen before. I brushed it off as my imagination getting the best of me. After all, it could have been a hiker, a neighbor, or even some kind of wild animal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The day passed without incident, but I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder. That night, I kept the lights on inside the cabin and the door locked tight, not wanting to take any chances. But despite my precautions, something felt off. I kept hearing noises outside, scratching, dragging, and what sounded like someone or something moving around just beyond the edge of the porch. I kept the curtains pulled tight, watching the shadows outside with growing unease. Every so often, I'd catch a glimpse of movement through the window, but when I looked, there was nothing there, just the dark, empty woods. That night, I didn't sleep much. I tossed and turned, constantly listening for any sound. The house was creaking, the wind howling outside, and I could hear branches snapping in the distance. The scratching continued, growing louder and more persistent, as if whatever was out there wanted to get inside. At some point, I must have drifted off because when I woke up, it was to the sound of something heavy hitting the side of the cabin. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, trying to gather my bearings. The room was still dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon through the window. I grabbed my flashlight and crept quietly to the door, hoping to get a glimpse of whatever was making the noise. I opened the door just a crack, shining the flashlight into the darkness. For a moment, there was nothing, just the empty, silent woods. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a figure moving just beyond the trees. It was tall, broad-shouldered, and moving with a purpose. My breath caught in my throat as the figure disappeared behind the trunk of a large tree. I couldn't see much, but I knew one thing: whoever or whatever was out there, it was not supposed to be. I closed the door quietly, my hands shaking. The logical part of my mind told me it was probably just someone out for a late-night hike, but the other part of me, the part that was feeling increasingly trapped and alone, knew that something wasn't right. I spent the rest of the night with my flashlight in hand, sitting in the corner of the cabin, trying to keep watch. Every creak of the floorboards made my heart race. The next morning, I decided to leave. I packed up my things in a hurry, desperate to get out of there. But as I was loading my bags into the car, I noticed something even more unsettling. The same large footprints I had seen earlier were now all around the cabin, leading up to the door. And there, in the dirt next to the porch, was something I hadn't noticed before. A small pile of rocks arranged in a circle. It was a crude, almost primitive marking, as if someone had left it there for a reason. I felt my blood run cold. This wasn't just a coincidence anymore. Something was out there watching me. I quickly got in the car, started the engine, and drove off. The gravel road seemed to stretch on forever, the trees growing thicker and more imposing as I left. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still following me, that I wasn't truly alone in the woods. The thought made my skin crawl, but I pushed it to the back of my mind, focusing on the road ahead. It wasn't until I reached the highway, far away from the cabin, that I allowed myself to breathe again. I thought about everything that had happened, trying to make sense of it. Was it just my imagination running wild? Had I overreacted to something harmless? Or had someone been out there watching me? The more I thought about it, the less sure I became. A few days later, after I had returned home, I received a phone call from the cabin's owner. She apologized for not being there to greet me when I arrived and asked if everything had been okay during my stay. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should tell her what had happened. I mentioned the footprints, the strange noises, and the feeling of being watched. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before she spoke again. "You weren't the first to mention those things," she said quietly. "Other guests have reported similar experiences. We've had trouble with people, mostly hunters, being too close to the property. Some of them have been known to mark the area with those circles of rocks." The words hit me like a ton of bricks. The cabin wasn't just isolated. It was also the center of something darker, something that I didn't fully understand. But I knew one thing for sure: I wouldn't be returning. I'd come looking for peace and solitude, but instead, I had found something far more unsettling. As time passed, I began to put the experience behind me. I moved on, but the memories of that weekend, the unease, the strange feeling of being watched, and the terrifying realization that I might not have been alone, stayed with me. I learned to trust my instincts, to listen to that gut feeling when something didn't seem right. And though I eventually moved on from the cabin, I couldn't shake the thought that someone or something would always be lurking in the woods, just beyond the trees, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to wander too far. It was a lesson I would never forget. I needed a break from people. That's the simple truth. After quitting my job, ending a long-term relationship, and spending most of the year in a small apartment staring at the ceiling, I just felt like I was getting smaller. I wanted silence, not just quiet, but real silence. I didn't want to hear cars, phones, elevators, footsteps above me. I didn't want to feel like I was always just a wall away from someone else's life. So I rented a cabin. It wasn't listed online like a typical Airbnb or rental. I found it through a guy I met at a hardware store, of all places. I was buying tools to fix a broken window in my apartment, and we got to talking. When I mentioned I was looking to get out of the city for a while, he said his cousin owned a place deep in the woods of northern Minnesota, near the Canadian border. A cabin with no neighbors for miles. Said it had solar panels, a big water tank, a wood stove, and just enough satellite signal to get a weather report or text in emergencies. The deal was cheap. I wired money to the cousin, and 2 days later, I was driving north in my old Subaru with enough food to last 3 weeks, a shotgun in the back just in case, and every intention of not speaking to another soul for as long as I could help it. I followed a GPS pin through 2 hours of paved road, an hour of gravel, and another 45 minutes of what looked like a game trail. Branches scraped the sides of my car. The last 100 yards I had to park and hike, lugging my stuff in a few trips. By the time I saw the cabin, I was drenched in sweat and covered in dirt and mosquito bites. But the second I stepped onto that porch and heard nothing but wind in the trees and the buzz of insects, I felt something shift inside me. The cabin was better than I expected. It was small, just one room and a loft above the kitchen. A wood-burning stove stood in the corner, and there was a big metal tank for water next to a propane burner. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 yards away. Not glamorous, but it felt solid, lived in. The kind of place someone had once loved, even if it had clearly been abandoned for a while. The roof was in good shape. No busted windows. A bit of musty smell inside, but nothing unbearable. I dropped my bags, opened all the windows, and started airing it out. Over the next few days, I settled into a rhythm. I'd wake up with the sun, chop wood, cook simple meals, go for long walks through the woods, and spend the evenings sitting on the porch watching shadows stretch between the trees. I read old paperbacks by flashlight. I wrote in a journal. I barely checked my phone. I slept deeply for the first time in months. The cabin was perfect, until it wasn't. It started with the cellar door. I hadn't noticed it at first. It was behind the cabin, mostly hidden under overgrown weeds and brush. A wooden hatch, secured with a rusted latch. I only found it because I was trying to dig a spot to burn trash and realized the ground back there was softer than it should have been. When I pulled away the vines and saw the wood underneath, I assumed it was just an old root cellar or maybe a storm shelter. Out of curiosity, I pried it open. The latch broke off in my hands. The wood creaked, and a waft of cold, damp air spilled out. A set of stone steps led down into pitch black. I didn't go in right away. Something about it felt off. The cabin was old, but not that old. Who needed a storm cellar when the whole area barely got any tornadoes? I sat on the edge for a few minutes, listening. Nothing. No sound except wind and birdsong. Eventually, I brought a flashlight and stepped down. The stairs were slick with moss, and the air smelled of earth and rot. The cellar was small, maybe 10 feet by 10, with stone walls and a packed dirt floor. There were shelves on one side, mostly empty except for some broken jars and rusted cans. And in the far corner, there was a large, square hole. It wasn't a well. It wasn't even that deep, maybe 6 feet, but it looked recently dug. The dirt was loose, and there was a pile of rocks nearby, like someone had been using them to cover it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I told myself it was nothing, just a part of the property I hadn't been told about. But the more I thought about it, the more questions I had. Why hadn't the owner mentioned a cellar? Who had dug that hole, and why leave it half covered? The next day, I sent a text to the cousin, the guy I had wired money to. Just a quick message asking about the cellar. No reply. I tried again later that night. Then again the next day. Still nothing. I told myself the signal was just bad. That made sense. Still, I started paying more attention to things. I walked farther into the woods. I looked for signs of people, tracks, trash, anything. But I never found a thing. It was just woods, dense and silent. Then the animals started acting strange. The first time it happened, I was out chopping wood and saw a deer standing just beyond the clearing. It was watching me. Not unusual, deer do that, but it didn't move. I kept working. 10 minutes later, it was still there, just standing, staring. I finally yelled and clapped my hands, and it bolted. The next day, it was a fox. Same thing, staring still. I started hearing things at night. Cracks in the woods, soft rustling, a metallic clink once, like someone had stepped on a loose pipe. I slept with the shotgun beside the bed, and I started setting tripwires with cans and fishing line around the cabin. A few nights later, one of them went off. I jumped up, heart pounding, grabbed the shotgun, and threw open the door. Nothing. The cans were scattered, the line broken. I shined my light into the trees, but saw no movement. I walked in a circle around the cabin, sweeping the light along the ground. That's when I saw the footprints, barefoot, human, just a few of them in the soft dirt near the porch. Too big to be mine. The next morning, I hiked back to my car. I wanted to leave. I really did, but the path was blocked. A tree had fallen across it, too big to move or drive around, and it hadn't been there when I arrived. I tried calling for help, but I couldn't get a signal, not even a blip. So I went back to the cabin. I cleaned the shotgun. I made sure the door was secure, and I waited. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lights off. I sat in a chair facing the front door, the shotgun across my lap. Just after midnight, I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, coming from behind the cabin. I didn't move. I just listened. The steps circled slowly around the cabin. Then they stopped. A few seconds later, the cellar door creaked open. I stood up, moved to the back window, and watched. It was too dark to see clearly, but I heard it. Someone was moving down there. Stones shifting, dirt scraping, then nothing. In the morning, I forced myself to go check. The cellar was empty. The hole in the floor was covered again, but not well. The rocks had been moved, and there were fresh dirt smudges on the floor. I grabbed my bag and hiked back to the road. I followed it for hours, hoping to find another cabin or a ranger station or even just a bar of cell service. But the road went on and on. At some point, I realized I had made a loop. I had come back to the same gravel bend I had started from. I was stuck. Days passed. I rationed food. I kept watch. I tried staying awake at night, but exhaustion got the better of me. I started locking the door with furniture piled against it. I boarded the windows, but it didn't stop whoever or whatever was coming. One morning, I woke up and found the front door wide open. The boards on the windows had been removed. My shotgun was sitting on the porch, shells scattered. Inside the cabin, nothing was missing. Nothing was broken, but someone had been there. That afternoon, I went back to the cellar with a rope and a lantern. I lowered myself into the hole. At the bottom, I found something I'll never forget. Plastic tarp. Beneath it, a shallow grave. Bones. Not animal bones. Human. Clothing fragments still clung to some of them. A flannel shirt. A belt buckle. A faded driver's license, too warped and rotted to read. I crawled out, shaking, and threw up in the bushes. That night, I sat in the dark, shotgun in hand, and waited. Just after midnight, I heard the steps again. Same slow, steady pattern. Around the cabin, then toward the back, then silence. This time, I moved fast. I crept out the front door and circled wide through the trees, staying low. I reached the cellar and waited. Eventually, a figure climbed out. A man. Thin, shirtless, pale as paper, with hair hanging in greasy strands. He moved with a slow, practiced rhythm. He turned toward the cabin. I stepped out and cocked the shotgun. He froze. Then slowly he backed away into the woods. I didn't fire. I don't know why. Maybe I was scared of what would happen next. Maybe I wanted to follow him. I don't remember, but I watched him vanish into the trees. In the morning, I packed everything I could carry and left on foot. I followed the sun, cutting a straight line through the forest. I walked for hours, then days. I booked the cabin online. It looked like a great place to be alone. That's all I wanted. Just quiet. No people. No traffic. No emails. No phone calls. I'd been overwhelmed for months, working overtime and barely sleeping. The cabin was about 4 hours north of where I lived. The listing said it was off-grid. No internet or TV, no neighbors nearby, nothing but forest for miles. I left early in the morning, packed my bags the night before with enough food, clothes, and water for 5 days. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. That's what I wanted, to disappear for a while, to let my head clear. I filled my gas tank, brought backup batteries, matches, a flashlight, even a little hatchet. I liked the idea of being prepared, even if I didn't really plan to hike or do anything outdoorsy. I just wanted the quiet, just to rest. The drive was smooth until the last hour, when the paved road turned into gravel, then narrowed into a barely kept dirt trail. Trees pressed in on both sides. My tires kicked up dust and small rocks. I lost phone signal about 30 minutes before I arrived. That was expected. The directions were printed out, just in case. I passed a wooden sign, half-rotted, with the name of the cabin painted in faded white letters. After that, it was another few hundred feet before I saw it. The cabin was exactly how it looked in the photos. Wooden, small, with a slanted tin roof and a tiny front porch with 2 old chairs. It sat in a small clearing, a few trees pushed back from it, but beyond that, the forest was thick in every direction. No fence, no road past it. It felt like it had just been dropped there in the middle of nowhere. That's what I liked about it. I parked beside the cabin and took a moment before getting out. Everything was still. No wind, no birdsong, just the soft ticking of the car cooling down. I grabbed my bags and unlocked the door with the key that had been left under a stone near the steps. Inside, it smelled like dry wood, a little mold, dust. It wasn't fancy, but it was clean. There was one main room with a wood stove, a couch, and a small table. A kitchen counter ran along the back wall with an old propane stove, some pots and pans, and a little pump sink. To the right, there was a short hallway with a single bedroom and a bathroom with just a toilet and a cold water sink. No shower, no heat except for the stove. The windows were small but gave a view of the trees all around. I dropped my bags on the floor and stood still. It was silent, that kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I listened hard but heard nothing. No cars, no planes overhead, not even insects. The first day was easy. I unpacked, started a small fire in the stove to warm the room, made myself a sandwich and sat outside on the porch with a thermos of coffee. I watched the woods. I didn't see a single animal, not even a squirrel. That struck me a little as strange, but I figured maybe they stayed away from the clearing. It was cold, early spring. Maybe they were still hiding. By sunset, I was inside, reading a book I brought. I lit a lantern and kept the fire going. The cabin creaked a little, but nothing out of the ordinary. Old wood does that. I was tired from the drive, so I got into bed early and slept deep. The second day was the same. Quiet. I made breakfast, walked a little into the woods behind the cabin, but didn't go far. I didn't want to get lost. No trails out there, no markers. It was easy to turn around and not know which way was which. The trees were thick, and the ground was uneven with roots and moss. I stayed within sight of the clearing. That night, I heard a sound. It was past midnight. I was asleep, but something woke me up. Not loud, just something soft. I listened for a while and almost drifted off again, but then I heard it clearly. A thump, then another, closer. It sounded like footsteps, not animals, too heavy. Slow, careful. One step, pause, then another. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. The cabin windows had no curtains, and the moon was out. Dim light filtered through the glass, just enough to see vague shapes. I waited, The sound didn't come again for a while, but then I heard it again. Something brushing against the wall outside. A soft scrape like a coat sleeve or maybe a hand. I got out of bed slowly and grabbed the flashlight. I stood in the hallway listening. The stove had burned down. It was cold in the cabin. I could hear my own breathing, tight and shallow. I turned the flashlight on and walked slowly toward the front door. The lock was still latched. Nothing had been opened. I held my breath and listened again. Silence. Then thump. Right against the wall behind me. I spun around and aimed the light toward the back window. Nothing. Just the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room chair with the flashlight in my lap, waiting for the sun to come up. When it did, I opened the door and stepped outside, heart still racing. I walked the perimeter of the cabin slowly, looking for footprints or any sign of someone. Nothing. The ground was dry, and the moss was undisturbed. No marks, no broken branches. It was like nothing had ever been there. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a deer, maybe a bear, though it felt too quiet for that. No snuffling, no claw marks, and it had felt deliberate. I shook it off. I had come out here for peace, and I wasn't going to scare myself out of it. The third day, I stayed inside for most of it. Reed wrote a little in a notebook. I didn't go into the woods again. I kept the fire going even during the day. I started noticing little things, though, things that bothered me more than I wanted to admit. The front porch chair was turned slightly. I didn't remember turning it. The lid of the propane tank outside was unlatched. Again, maybe I forgot, but I was sure I had closed it. Inside, one of the cabinets was open a crack. I hadn't used it. I started locking the door during the day too, even though I was inside. It made me feel better, though I wasn't sure why. That night, I slept with the flashlight in bed beside me. I woke up at some point again to a sound. This time it was different, not outside. I opened my eyes and held still. A creak. Floorboard. Inside the cabin. My body locked up. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Another creak, farther away, like someone was in the kitchen area, moving slowly. Then the sound of a cabinet gently closing. I sat up fast and clicked on the flashlight. I swung it around the room. Nothing. I got out of bed, holding the light like a weapon, and stepped into the hallway. The main room was empty. The front door was still locked. The windows shut. Nothing had been moved. I checked every cabinet, every closet. Nothing. No one. But something had been in there. I didn't sleep after that. I sat again in the chair, staring at the door. I started thinking about things I hadn't before. How easy it would be for someone to follow me out here. How nobody knew exactly where I was. How, if something happened, I couldn't call anyone. I didn't leave that day. I stayed inside, fire burning, lantern lit even though it was daylight. I checked the windows every hour. I listened for sounds. I didn't hear anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That evening, I found something that made my stomach drop. Under the bed, near the far wall, I saw something that didn't belong to me. It was a sock, a dark, worn-out sock. I hadn't brought anything like it. I checked all my bags. All my stuff was accounted for. That sock didn't belong to me. It was old, dirty, like it had been there a while. That changed everything. I started going through the whole cabin, searching corners, behind furniture, under every loose board. In the closet in the bedroom, up high on the shelf, tucked behind a stack of folded blankets, I found a small duffel bag. Inside, a pair of jeans, a sweatshirt, a knife, and a pack of cigarettes half full. Someone had been living here. I dropped the bag and backed out of the closet. It wasn't just a sock. It wasn't just noise. Someone had been here. Maybe they still were. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up, flashlight in one hand, the knife from the bag in the other. I didn't hear anything. The night passed like a long tunnel. At sunrise, I made up my mind to leave. I packed everything fast. I didn't eat, didn't bother folding anything. I just shoved it all into the bag and went out to the car. The back right tire was flat. Not just flat, slashed. A clean cut, long and deep, like with a knife. I stood there for a long time, staring at it. My heart was pounding again. My hands shook. There was no spare. The car was stuck. I went back inside and locked the door. I had enough food for 2 more days. Water too. But after that, I'd need to leave. I could hike out, maybe, but I didn't trust the woods. I didn't know the way. It was too easy to get lost. That night was the worst. It started with footsteps again, this time on the roof. Slow, careful, directly above me. I didn't move. I sat in the dark, lights off. I had been needing a break from everything. Work, traffic, people. Just the usual noise of life. I picked a remote cabin listed on a small local rental site, not one of those fancy places from the big travel apps. This one was older, more basic. No Wi-Fi, no cell reception, just 4 walls, a roof, and a wood stove. That was exactly what I wanted. A weekend out in the woods with no screens, no meetings, just me and the quiet. Maybe some fishing if the lake wasn't iced over. I paid for 2 nights. Check-in was Friday morning. It was early spring in northern Michigan. Cold nights, damp air, but fish were already active again, so I brought my gear. The drive up was peaceful. Roads got narrower the farther north I went. Paved turned to gravel, then gravel turned to dirt. I followed the directions the owner had emailed me. No address listed on Google Maps, just landmarks and turns. Turn left at the large oak tree with the orange ribbon, it said. I found it. Then drive 1 mile down the narrow logging trail. I did that too. The cabin was small and weathered. A simple 1-story rectangle with dark green paint peeling at the edges. 1 window in front, a little porch, and the woods starting just 20 feet behind it. No other buildings in sight. I pulled up, parked, and stepped out. It was quiet, really quiet. Even the birds weren't chirping much. I unlocked the front door with the code I'd been sent. The inside was just as basic. 1 room, really. Corner kitchen. A little table. A cot against the wall. A door leading to what turned out to be a tiny bathroom. It was clean, but it looked like it hadn't been used in a while. I set my bags down and opened the back door. The woods were thick behind the place. I walked around to get a feel for the area. Trees, brush, and a narrow path that seemed to lead down toward the lake, which I could just barely see through the trees. The place was quiet, peaceful, exactly what I wanted. I spent the afternoon organizing my gear, setting up my small cooler, prepping food. I gathered some dry wood from the stack next to the cabin and lit the stove inside. There was a slight chemical smell from the old place warming up, but nothing bad. I sat by the stove and read a paperback for a while. As the sky dimmed, I stepped out to listen. Nothing but the wind in the branches and the creak of the trees. I turned in early. The cot was stiff, but I was tired from the drive. I fell asleep quickly. It was still dark when I woke up. Not sure what time it was. My watch said 3:12 a.m. I wasn't sure why I woke up. Maybe the wind. Maybe just not used to the mattress. I listened. The stove crackled a little. The cabin creaked once or twice. Then I heard something outside. It wasn't a loud noise, just a soft crunch, like a footstep in wet leaves. I held my breath and listened harder. Another one, closer, then nothing. I waited a while, then got up slowly. I didn't have any weapons with me, but I grabbed a small hatchet I'd brought for chopping firewood. I moved to the front window and pulled the curtain aside just a little. The moon gave me some light, and I could see the dirt clearing in front of the cabin. No movement, no animals, nothing. I stood there for a few minutes, just staring. Then I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, maybe even the trees settling. I went back to bed, hatchet next to me. I didn't sleep much after that. By morning, I convinced myself it had been nothing. The forest plays tricks on your ears at night. I cooked a quick breakfast, eggs and some toast on the little stove. After that, I packed up my tackle box and rod and walked down the narrow path toward the lake. The trail sloped gently downhill and opened up into a small clearing. Rock Lake was about a 1/4 mile long and shaped like a bean. Fog clung low over the water. A few old tree stumps stuck out from the shore. There was a small wooden dock that looked barely usable. I sat near it and cast my line out. It was peaceful. I fished for hours, caught a couple of small bass and let them go. Around noon, I walked back to the cabin to eat. When I got back, I noticed something strange. My cooler lid was open. I had left it shut. I was sure of it. I kept it sealed to keep animals out and to keep the cold in. Inside, the contents had been moved around. Nothing was taken, but it looked like someone had rummaged through it. I looked around the area. No bear prints, no claw marks, no scattered food. Just the cooler lid flipped up and the packs inside jostled. That put me on edge. I walked around the cabin slowly, listening. The trees swayed gently. There was a faint smell of pine and wet soil. I didn't see anyone or anything. I didn't hear anything either. I went back inside and sat down for a while. I kept the hatchet next to me the whole time. That night, I didn't sleep much. I locked both doors and pushed the little table in front of the front one. I kept the hatchet on the cot beside me. I woke up again sometime around 3 a.m. This time, I heard a sound I couldn't explain away. It was the back doorknob jiggling. Soft at first, then more deliberate. Someone was trying to open the back door. I didn't move. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, heart hammering. The door didn't open. After maybe 30 seconds, the sound stopped. Silence again. I waited for what felt like an hour before I got up. I crouched by the back window and peeked out. At first I saw nothing, but just before I stepped away, I saw movement. Someone was standing at the edge of the tree line, maybe 40 feet away, just standing there. Still, I couldn't make out any details, just the shape of a man. Not moving, not leaving, just standing. I stayed crouched there for a long time. Eventually the figure turned and walked slowly back into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. By sunrise, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my things quickly, stuffed everything back in my bags, and loaded the car. But when I walked around back to grab the last of my gear, I noticed something else that stopped me cold. There were boot prints, fresh ones, in the soft dirt right behind the cabin. They led from the woods to the back door. They weren't mine. They were wider and longer. I checked again. They led to the back door, stopped, and then turned around, heading back into the trees. I didn't hesitate after that. I threw everything into the back seat, locked the doors, and backed out of the narrow clearing. The trail was tight, branches scraping against the sides of my car, but I didn't stop. I didn't slow down until I was miles away on a paved road. Later, I called the rental owner, told him someone else had been on the property. He didn't believe me, said nobody lived near there, said it was probably an animal. I told him animals don't wear boots and try to open doors. He just brushed it off. I filed a report with the local sheriff's office, but they said unless there was a crime, there wasn't much they could do. No one had broken in. Nothing was stolen. Just strange noises and boot prints. I never went back. For weeks after, I couldn't shake the image of that figure in the woods, still and silent, watching. I started locking all my doors and windows even during the day. I kept looking out my windows at night. Every noise felt suspicious. The part that bothers me most, what I keep thinking about even now, is that the man out there, whoever he was, didn't rush me. He didn't try to break in. He watched. He waited. He came back a second time, like he had a plan, like he was working up to something. And I'd been alone, completely alone. No phone signal, no neighbors, no help. That thought still keeps me up at night. If I hadn't left that morning, I think something worse would have happened. I think he was waiting for me to fall asleep again. Maybe one more night would have been enough for him to come inside. Maybe he didn't want the food. Maybe he didn't care about stealing. Maybe he just wanted to wait until I was most vulnerable. I'll never go back to a remote cabin again, no matter how quiet or peaceful it looks online. Because some places don't need monsters or ghosts to be terrifying. Some places just need one man and one bad night. I never thought much about cabins in the woods before. When people talked about them, I imagined something cozy, a nice little escape from the world. Maybe I was wrong to think so, but at the time, it seemed like the perfect way to clear my head. Work had been overwhelming, and I needed time alone, away from the city. So when I found an isolated cabin for rent, tucked deep in the woods, I thought it was exactly what I needed. The drive up was long, taking me through winding roads and thick forests that seemed to stretch on forever. I didn't mind it though. Just the thought of being away from everything for a while was a relief. The cabin's location was remote, tucked between two ridges, and I had to follow a dirt road for the last few miles. The landscape was beautiful, if not a little eerie. The air was crisp, and the only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. The more I drove, the more I could feel the weight of the city slipping off my shoulders. I reached the cabin just before dusk. It was small, nothing too fancy, just a simple, rustic building. The windows were dark, but I could make out the outline of the place against the fading light. There was something about it that felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was just the isolation, or maybe it was the silence that surrounded it, but something didn't feel quite right. Still, I pushed the feeling away, telling myself I was overthinking things. The owner had left the key under a rock near the door, just as he'd said in the email. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was basic, but it had everything I needed. An old wooden table, a couple of chairs, a small stove, and a fireplace. It wasn't much, but it was perfect for what I had in mind. I set my bags down, locked the door behind me, and started unpacking. That night, I decided to light a fire. The cabin felt cold, even with the thick walls. There was something comforting about the crackling of the fire as it started to warm the room. I made myself some dinner, simple stuff, canned soup and bread. The cabin was silent, the kind of silence that feels almost unnatural. The only sound, aside from the fire, was the occasional creak of the wooden beams. I kept thinking I heard something outside, like a twig snapping, but when I looked, nothing was there. I tried to brush it off as the wind. After all, I was surrounded by trees. The forest was bound to make some noise, but still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I went to bed early, hoping that sleep would help clear my mind. The next morning, I woke up to the soft light of dawn creeping through the window. The cabin felt colder than before, and the air outside was thick with fog. It was so thick I could barely see past the porch. I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would help me shake the uneasy feeling that still lingered. I grabbed my jacket, slipped on my boots, and stepped outside. The fog swallowed everything, and the only sound was the crunch of the dirt beneath my boots. I walked for a while, just following a narrow path through the trees. It was peaceful in a way, but that same feeling of unease followed me. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there was nothing there. I tried to convince myself it was just the fog playing tricks on me. As I wandered deeper into the woods, I found a small clearing. The fog was thinner here, and I could see the outline of the trees around me. In the center of the clearing was a large, moss-covered rock. It seemed out of place, like it didn't belong. I felt drawn to it, so I walked closer. That's when I noticed something strange. At the base of the rock was a series of old scratches, deep gouges in the stone. They looked fresh, as if something or someone had been scraping against it recently. I crouched down to examine them, but before I could get too close, I heard a sharp noise behind me, like a branch snapping underfoot. I spun around, but once again, there was nothing there. Just the fog, thick and suffocating, and the trees stretching endlessly in every direction. A sense of dread washed over me. I didn't know why, but I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. I turned and hurried back to the cabin. The fog seemed to be closing in on me, and the further I walked, the heavier the air felt. I picked up my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. When I finally reached the cabin, I slammed the door behind me, locked it, and collapsed onto the couch. I spent the rest of the day trying to calm myself down. I didn't know what was bothering me, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that the isolation was playing tricks on me, but it didn't help. That night, as I sat by the fire, I heard something outside again. It was faint at first, just the sound of something shifting in the dark. But then it grew louder, like someone was moving around the cabin. My heart skipped a beat. I stood up and walked to the window, but the fog was so thick that I couldn't see anything beyond a few feet. I checked the door and windows to make sure they were all locked, then sat back down. The sounds outside continued for hours, growing closer and closer. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but deep down I knew it wasn't. It was something else, something human. As the night dragged on, I grew more and more paranoid. The wind howled outside, and the branches scraped against the windows like fingers trying to get in. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I imagined something was standing right outside, watching me. Then, just before dawn, the noise stopped. I didn't hear anything for a long time. It was almost too quiet. I stayed up, waiting, but nothing happened. The silence stretched on for hours, until the first light of morning broke through the fog. The eerie feeling never left me, though, and I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. The next few days were a blur. I spent most of my time inside, too afraid to venture out. I knew I was being paranoid, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something wasn't right. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind, made me jump. I started checking the windows every hour, looking for any sign of movement. But there was never anything there. It was on the fourth day that I finally decided to leave. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my things quickly, locking the cabin behind me. As I walked down the dirt road toward my car, I glanced back one last time. The cabin stood there, silent and still, but the feeling of unease lingered. I didn't stop until I was out of the woods, the road leading me back to civilization. But even as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that something had been watching me the whole time, hidden just beyond the trees. I've never been back to that cabin, and I don't think I ever will. It was the middle of autumn when I found myself in the cabin. The air outside had a crisp bite to it, the kind of cold that made your breath visible when you exhaled. I had been planning this trip for months, a solo retreat to escape from the noise of city life. The cabin wasn't much, just a small, one-room wooden structure in the middle of nowhere. I had rented it through a website that promised peace, quiet, and privacy, the kind of getaway that was supposed to heal the mind and calm the soul. The cabin sat at the edge of a dense forest, the nearest town miles away. The drive out was long and winding, with barely any signs of civilization. The road had turned into a dirt path before I even reached the place, and the GPS barely worked, its signal flickering on and off. But that was fine by me. I wasn't looking for comfort, I was looking for solitude. I arrived late in the afternoon, the last traces of sunlight disappearing behind the thick trees. The cabin was just as described, simple, with a small porch, a wood stove inside, and a few rustic furnishings. I took a deep breath of the fresh, chilly air and grabbed my bags from the car. As I walked up to the porch, the floorboards creaked under my boots, the sound breaking the silence around me. The inside of the cabin smelled like pine and old wood, a scent I'd come to associate with the wilderness. There was a small wood-burning stove in the corner, and a few candles sat on a makeshift shelf by the window. The bed was a simple cot with thick blankets, and a small table sat near the stove. It was exactly what I wanted. Nothing extravagant, just a place to sleep and get away from the world. After settling in, I made a quick dinner, something easy that I'd packed, before lighting the stove and curling up with a book. The wind had picked up outside, rustling the trees, but otherwise, everything was calm. The only sounds I could hear were the occasional crackling of the fire and the wind against the cabin's walls. As night crept in, the temperature dropped further. I wrapped myself in a blanket and watched the flames dance in the stove. The isolation, the quiet, it all felt so peaceful. But deep down, I knew it was only the calm before the storm. I had come here to escape, but the truth was, I couldn't entirely escape myself. The first night went by without incident. The fire crackled until it burned out, and I slept soundly, though I kept waking up, always thinking I heard something in the distance. The second night, though, things started to change. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a loud thud from outside. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, straining to listen. The wind had died down, and everything seemed unnervingly quiet. Could have been an animal, a tree branch falling, or something else. But the noise had been distinct, almost deliberate. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag, my hands trembling slightly. I opened the door slowly, scanning the area outside. The moonlight illuminated the trees, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, but nothing seemed out of place. I stood there for a moment, my breath visible in the cold air, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Nothing. It was just my mind playing tricks, I told myself. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat by the stove for a while, trying to calm myself. But the unease lingered. Eventually, I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easy. I kept hearing soft creaks outside, like someone was walking around the cabin, but every time I looked out the window or stepped outside, there was no one there. I convinced myself it was just an animal or the wind again. The third night was when things took a darker turn. I was cooking dinner when I heard a knock at the door. At first, I thought it was just the wind again, but the knock came again. It was deliberate, firm, and it sounded too close for comfort. I froze. Who could possibly be out here, this far from any road, in the middle of nowhere? I looked through the cabin's small window but saw nothing. The porch was empty. My mind raced, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I had rented the place for solitude. There should have been no one else around. But there it was, that unmistakable sound of someone knocking, coming from the other side of the door. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I just stood there, waiting, listening, heart pounding in my chest. Seconds felt like hours, and when the knocking finally stopped, I was left with nothing but silence again. I waited for a while before daring to open the door. I peered out carefully, but again, there was nothing, no sign of anyone. Nothing to explain the noise, nothing that made sense. I closed the door and locked it quickly, my mind now racing. What was happening? Was someone playing a cruel joke on me? Or was it something else? My thoughts were too jumbled to focus, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to be able to sleep after that. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the corner, keeping the light on, the flashlight in my hand, scanning the darkened forest outside. Felt like something was watching me, waiting. My eyes kept darting toward the windows, but I couldn't bring myself to check outside again. I was too afraid of what I might see. The next morning, I woke to the sound of birds chirping, a far more pleasant noise than the silence of the night before. I had survived the night, but the dread still clung to me. I packed up my things, thinking that maybe I'd had enough. But as I moved around the cabin, I realized something. Things weren't the same as they had been before. A chair had been moved, the rug was askew, and the wood stove's vent was open, though I was sure I had closed it the night before. I couldn't explain it. I tried to push it out of my mind. Maybe I had just been too rattled the night before. But as I walked outside to get some fresh air, something caught my eye. Footprints in the mud leading up to the cabin door. Large, heavy prints. The kind of prints that didn't belong to any animal I knew. They weren't the kind of footprints you'd expect from someone who'd been hiking. They were more like the kind left by someone who was lurking, watching, waiting. That was when I realized something wasn't right. I didn't pack up. I didn't leave. Instead, I decided to stay. I had to know what was going on, who was out there, and why they were messing with me. Couldn't just run away, not yet. So I stayed. I locked the doors. I stayed by the stove, always with the light on, watching, listening. And for the rest of my time there, I never saw the person or thing that had been messing with me. But I could feel it. The eyes in the woods, the feeling of being watched, followed. It never left me, not for a single second. When it was time to leave, I did so quickly, not looking back. The journey home felt like the longest drive of my life, the quiet of the cabin still lingering in my mind. I never figured out who had been there. I never found out what the footprints meant. But when I finally reached civilization, the feeling of safety, of being surrounded by other people, never felt so good. It wasn't until later, weeks after I returned home, that I received an email from the cabin's owner. It was a short note, just saying they hoped I'd had a good time and that I was welcome to visit again. But there was one line at the end, almost as an afterthought. "Just so you know, the cabin's been in the family for generations. We don't often rent it out, but sometimes, some people never leave." That line haunted me more than anything that had happened out there. Because despite everything, I knew I had left the cabin, but something told me a part of me was still there. I didn't plan to go camping that weekend, but when my friends bailed out last minute, I found myself with no one to blame but myself for going alone. The small cabin I rented was tucked away in the woods of a state park, somewhere isolated. I had seen it online, with pictures of a cozy wooden retreat surrounded by trees, the kind of place that promised peace and quiet. I figured I'd get some fresh air and just enjoy a weekend away from the noise of daily life. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The roads narrowed as I neared the park, eventually becoming rougher gravel paths. I had to slow down to avoid hitting large rocks that jutted out of the road. By the time I turned onto the final stretch of the road leading to the cabin, the sky had already begun to darken. It wasn't much of a surprise. I knew the sun would set earlier up here with the mountains in the background, but still, there was something about it that felt a little off. When I finally arrived, I couldn't help but feel a little unsettled. The cabin looked just like the pictures, and the surrounding forest was dense, the trees growing tall and thick. There was no sound except the occasional rustle of the leaves in the wind. I grabbed my bags, slammed the car door, and made my way inside. The wooden door creaked when I opened it, and I stepped into the dimly lit room. It was a small place, kitchen, living area, one bedroom, and everything had a rustic charm to it. The furniture was simple, the floors were wooden, and a fireplace sat in the corner. I settled in, unpacked my things, and started a small fire in the fireplace. The warmth was comforting, and I felt a bit more at ease. I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that had been growing in the pit of my stomach since I arrived. The isolation of the cabin was starting to get to me. I had expected quiet, sure, but this felt different. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only person left in the world. As the evening wore on, I kept myself busy with small tasks. Cooking dinner, reading a book, and occasionally poking at the fire. The hours seemed to drag by slower than I anticipated. I didn't know if it was because I was alone or if there was something in the air, but the feeling of unease wouldn't let up. When night finally fell, I decided it was time to go to bed. The air had cooled, and the forest outside seemed to become even more still. I climbed into bed and pulled the thick blanket around me. The only sound was the crackling of the fire as it burned low. At first, I tried to sleep, but something kept pulling me back to consciousness. It wasn't the cold, and it wasn't the sounds of animals outside. It was just this deep feeling that something wasn't right. I'd hear faint creaks from the floorboards, sometimes a scratch from the walls or what I thought was a branch brushing against the cabin. But these sounds didn't make sense. The walls were solid wood, and the windows were thick glass. There shouldn't have been anything touching them. Eventually, I dozed off, but it wasn't long before I woke up again. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I wasn't alone. There was an unfamiliar presence in the room, something unseen, just on the edge of my senses. I told myself it was probably just my mind playing tricks. The isolation and the dark made everything feel more intense. But then, something happened that made me sit up straight in bed, heart pounding. I heard a knock, not on the door but on the wall. A quick tap, like someone was standing just outside the cabin and tapping their knuckles on the wood. I froze, straining my ears to listen, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Then another knock just like the first. 1, 2, 3 taps in a steady rhythm. I was too scared to move. My instincts told me to ignore it, to go back to sleep and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But there was something about that sound. It wasn't normal. The silence after the knock felt even worse, like the cabin itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to do something. I tried to convince myself it was just the house settling, but deep down, I knew something was off. I lay there for what felt like hours, wide awake and listening. Eventually, I heard the sounds of movement from outside the cabin, shuffling footsteps, like someone was walking along the outside wall. I had to fight the urge to get up and look, but the idea of walking outside in the pitch black was terrifying. Instead, I stayed perfectly still, hoping the sound would stop. Didn't. The footsteps grew closer. I heard a faint rustle, like someone had brushed past a tree or a bush right next to the cabin. I held my breath, my body rigid with fear. I could feel the weight of the silence press down on me, as if the forest was waiting too. Then, just as quickly as it had started, everything went completely still. No footsteps, no knocking, nothing. But I couldn't relax. My eyes were wide open, staring into the darkness of the room. I felt like I was being watched. Minutes passed, and I eventually mustered the courage to get out of bed. I quietly moved toward the window, my heart racing in my chest. I pulled the curtains back just slightly, trying to peer outside. There was nothing, no sign of anyone, just the dark woods surrounding the cabin. I spent the rest of the night lying awake, my mind running wild with all the possibilities. I kept thinking about the knocks on the wall, the footsteps outside. Who could it have been? Was it a person? Or was it just my imagination? Morning came, but it didn't offer the comfort I was hoping for. The sky was overcast, and the air was thick with mist. It was the kind of day that felt like it hadn't quite woken up yet. I spent the next few hours trying to keep my mind off the events from the night before, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The thought kept gnawing at me. What if someone was out there? What if I wasn't alone in these woods? As the day wore on, I tried to enjoy the surroundings. I hiked around the area near the cabin, taking in the scenery and trying to push away the growing unease. But the forest felt different now. It wasn't peaceful anymore. The trees felt like they were closing in around me, and the shadows seemed longer than they should have been. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched again. That afternoon, I decided to pack up and leave. I couldn't stay in that cabin another night. The tension, the strange sounds, whatever was happening, I didn't want to find out. I packed my things quickly, and with a last look around, I slammed the door behind me and made my way to the car. The drive back was uneventful, but the feeling of relief I had when I left the woods was unmistakable. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. When I got home, I felt safe again. The cabin, the woods, everything about that place felt like it was stuck in the back of my mind. But as the days passed, I began to think about it more. I wondered who or what had been outside my cabin that night. I never found out, but I'm glad I left when I did. The quiet, dark woods still linger in my mind sometimes, but I've never gone back. I thought I needed to get away. I had been working long days in the city for nearly 6 months straight without a real break. I wasn't burned out yet, but I was getting close. I could feel it in my neck, in the way my eyelids twitched when I stared at screens too long. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to hear cars. I didn't want to be online. I didn't have a particular plan, but I knew a guy who rented out cabins in the mountains up north. Nothing fancy, just wooden shelters on land that had belonged to his grandfather. I asked for the most isolated one he had, one with no cell signal, no road noise, no neighbors. He had one like that, no power, no plumbing, just a cabin at the end of a dirt trail near a lake. That was exactly what I wanted. Took me nearly 4 hours to get there. The last part of the drive was just narrow Forest Service roads that hadn't been maintained in years. I had to go slow, weaving around potholes and fallen branches. By the time I reached the turnoff to the cabin, the light was already fading. The trees closed in overhead, and my tires kicked up mud as I eased down the hill toward the water. The cabin appeared at the end of the track, tucked into the pines like it had grown there. I parked off to the side and stepped out into the quiet. There was no wind, no birds, just stillness. The air smelled like pine needles and wet earth. The lake stretched out past the trees, black and smooth and cold-looking. The cabin was about the size of a small garage. Just one room, old but solid. There was a front porch with a rusted-out chair, a few steps leading up to the door, and a small woodshed off to the side. A stack of firewood was already waiting. The guy who rented it to me had said it was stocked. Wood, canned food, candles, all the basics. He even said he left a small first aid kit and some emergency supplies inside just in case. Inside, it was dark and smelled faintly of smoke and damp wood. The windows were covered with thin curtains, and the only furniture was a cot, a table, and a few chairs. A cast iron stove sat in one corner, and there was a box of matches on the table. I lit a few candles, put my gear down, and got the fire going. It took some work, but eventually the stove gave off a steady warmth. I didn't do much that night. I unpacked, ate a cold can of beans, and sat by the fire with a book. I didn't even read much. I just stared into the flames and let the silence wash over me. No texts, no emails, no noise. Just wind through the trees and the crackling of wood. I slept better than I had in weeks. When I woke up, it was early morning. Pale blue light filtered through the window. I could hear the wind had picked up overnight, brushing the tops of the trees. The stove had gone cold, so I got up and restarted the fire, then boiled water for instant coffee. I stepped outside with my mug. The sky was heavy with low clouds, and the lake looked choppy. The trees swayed a little. The wind had a bite to it, and I could smell rain coming. I thought about hiking a bit, maybe circling the lake, but it felt like a storm might be rolling in. I figured I'd stay close to the cabin. I walked around the property instead. There wasn't much. A small clearing in the back, the woodshed, and an old outhouse a bit farther away. I checked the shed just to be sure, and it was exactly what I expected. Tools, firewood, an old axe, and a few empty bins. I walked a bit farther into the woods behind the cabin, just out of curiosity, and marked the trees with bits of torn cloth from an old rag I had in my pack. I didn't want to get turned around. After about 10 minutes, I looped back. I didn't go far. By mid-afternoon, the rain started. First, just a light drizzle, then steady. I stayed inside. I read, ate, paced a little. The sound of rain on the roof was peaceful. I started to relax. Maybe this had been a good idea. The second night was different. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. It was still dark. The fire was down to embers. The rain was still going, but it had become heavier, more like a steady hammering on the roof. I could hear wind too, stronger than before. What actually woke me up wasn't the weather. It was the sound of something hitting the side of the cabin. It wasn't loud, just a sharp thump, then silence, then another. I lay there still, listening. Maybe it was a branch blown by the wind. I waited. Nothing. I eventually got up and put a coat on. The air inside was cold again. I added a few logs to the stove and the fire began to grow. I didn't go outside. I wasn't that brave in the moment, and I didn't want to step into a storm over something stupid like a loose shutter. But I couldn't shake it. Hadn't sounded like wood. Sounded dull. More like something soft hitting the wall. It only happened twice, but it felt intentional. Like someone trying to test if I'd react. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When daylight came, I stepped outside. The ground was soaked, and water ran in little rivulets down toward the lake. I circled the cabin slowly, looking for branches or anything that could have caused the noise. There wasn't much around the wall where the sound came from. Just mud, wet leaves, and a few scuff spots in the dirt that could have been made by boots. I bent down and looked closer. The shapes weren't clear. The rain had mostly smoothed them out, but it didn't look like animal tracks. They looked like prints from shoes partly erased by water. I stared at them for a long time, then stood up and went back inside. I kept the fire going all that day. I didn't read. I didn't write. I just sat near the stove and listened to the storm get worse. The rain came down hard. Wind lashed the trees and shook the cabin. I didn't open the door again until late afternoon, and only to use the outhouse. I did it fast, in and out, my head on a swivel the whole time. That night, I barricaded the door with the table and wedged a chair under the handle. I don't know why. It wasn't like the door had a lock anyway, but I needed something, some feeling of control. The third night, it wasn't knocking that woke me up. It was the sound of footsteps on the porch. Heavy, slow footsteps. I froze in my cot. I didn't move. My ears strained. The fire had gone low again, and I couldn't see much beyond the glow from one candle. But I could hear the sound clearly, wet wood creaking under pressure. One step, then another, then silence. I waited, not breathing. Then I heard it. Something scraping lightly against the window frame. Not tapping, scraping. It lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then nothing. I stayed like that until dawn. I didn't move, didn't sleep, just stared at the dark ceiling and listened. When the light finally returned, I stood up and peeled back the curtain just enough to look out. There was nothing there. I opened the door slowly and stepped outside. The rain had stopped, though the ground was still soaked. I looked at the porch. There were prints, boot prints, clear this time. They came up the stairs, stood by the door, then walked over to the window. And that's it. No trail away. I followed the edge of the prints as best I could. The ground was thick mud now, so tracking was easier. The prints circled the cabin once, then cut into the trees. I followed them a few yards in before I stopped. They led deeper into the forest. I didn't follow them after that. I didn't want to know where they went, or if someone was still out there watching. I went back inside and started packing. I had planned to stay 5 days. It had only been 3. I didn't care. I was done. But here's the thing. The storm had washed out part of the road. I found that out a few hours later when I tried to drive out. A huge pine had fallen across the trail, maybe 50 yards from the cabin, and the rest of the road was half a foot deep in standing water. I couldn't move the tree on my own. It would have taken a chainsaw and hours of work. I didn't have either. I had no signal. I was stuck. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the fire burning bright. I left the axe by the door. I didn't light the candle. I didn't want whoever was out there to know I was awake. Around midnight, I heard the steps again. Same pattern. Slow, deliberate. Up the porch. Across to the window. But this time, they didn't stop there. I heard them move to the back of the cabin. I stood by the stove, barely breathing. Then I heard the handle on the back door, something I hadn't used since arriving, rattle gently, then harder. Then it stopped. I waited for what felt like hours. When the sun finally came up, I opened that door and looked at the frame. Someone had used a knife or something sharp. There were gouges in the wood where they had tried to force it open. The lock, what was left of it, was bent slightly inward. Whoever it was, they had been trying to get in. And they were getting more aggressive. That was the last night I stayed. The next day, I packed everything I could carry and hiked out on foot. I had to wade through water, climb over down trees, and fight through brush. Took hours, and I didn't stop once, not even to rest. When I finally got back into cell range, I called the guy who owned the cabin. He was surprised I had come out early. I didn't tell him much, just that I had to leave. When I asked him if any After my accident, the insurance company gave me a payout, and I took a leave from work. My body was still healing, and mentally I wasn't okay. Couldn't sleep much. I jumped at loud noises. Crowds made my chest tighten. I didn't feel like myself anymore. The doctors called it trauma. They said I needed rest and time. So I decided to rent a cabin, far from everyone, deep in the woods. I thought some quiet time would help me reset. I didn't know what I was walking into. The place I found was in northern Minnesota, near the edge of a national forest. The online listing said it had no neighbors for miles, no cell service, one landline for emergencies, with stove for heat, gas for cooking, and solar panels for light. No Wi-Fi, no TV, just a small one-room log cabin, a shed, and a hand-pumped well behind the cabin. It sounded perfect. I packed up my SUV and drove up alone. The road went from highway to 2-lane to dirt, then finally to a narrow, rutted trail that led through thick trees. By the time I reached the cabin, it was late afternoon. I stepped out and stretched. It was silent out there. No cars, no people, just wind in the trees and a few bird calls. The cabin looked smaller in person. It had a pitched roof and one small porch. The logs were weathered but solid. The door had 2 locks and a heavy wood bar that dropped across from the inside. The shed sat 20 yards to the right. The pump well stood out back, near some big tree stumps. No fence, no trails, just woods all around. Inside was basic. A small wood stove, a cot, a single chair, shelves with canned food, matches, candles, a solar-powered battery bank wired to a few lights, a cooler box for food with a separate propane hookup, a small table with a lantern on it. That was it. I unpacked, made a fire, and heated some soup. The warmth from the stove and the quiet outside felt calming. I went to bed early. That first night was uneventful. I fell asleep to the sound of wind in the trees. It wasn't until the third night that something felt off. That day, I'd spent hours hiking around. There were no trails, but I wandered in the woods, just trying to get out of my own head. I didn't go far, maybe a mile in each direction. I carried a compass and marked trees with a pocket knife just in case. I didn't see a soul, just a few deer, some squirrels, and one old logging road that had long grown over. I came back late afternoon, sweaty and tired. I made a fire, warmed up some beans and rice, and read an old paperback I'd brought. As the sun went down, the woods turned black fast. I turned on the little solar light and sat in the chair. It was the quietest place I'd ever been. No hum of appliances, no distant traffic, just the occasional creak of the cabin or wind brushing the walls. Then, just as I was about to get up and go to bed, I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal sound. It was a clicking noise, sharp and steady. Tap, tap, tap. Then it stopped. I froze. It had come from the porch. I turned off the light and listened. The stove still gave off some heat, and the glow of the embers gave the room a faint orange light. I waited. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a branch tapping in the wind. Maybe something had fallen from the roof. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep well. The next morning, I checked the porch. Nothing was out of place. No branches, no marks on the wood. I brushed it off. Maybe my nerves were just still frayed from the accident. Trauma makes you hear things sometimes. But that night, I heard it again. Same sound, same pattern. Tap, tap, tap. This time, I stayed by the stove and listened longer. After the tapping stopped, there was silence for a long time. Then I heard something else. A soft crunch in the dirt, like a boot heel pressing down. Then nothing. I waited maybe 10 minutes before I walked to the door, leaned in, and listened. No sound. I didn't open the door. I went to bed with a knife in my hand. The next morning, I walked the area around the porch. Still no footprints, no tire tracks, nothing disturbed. But the soil was firm and dry. Maybe it wouldn't hold prints. Still, it bothered me. It hadn't sounded like an animal. The tapping was too slow, too deliberate. That afternoon, I walked farther out into the woods than before. I needed to get my head right. The quiet helped. I even climbed a ridge to get a better view of the area. Endless trees, no houses, no smoke, just forest in every direction. But on the way back, I found something that stopped me cold. It was a tree not too big, maybe 10 inches thick. Someone had cut notches into it, 5 of them, deep gouges like from a knife or hatchet. They were fresh. The bark was still raw where the wood was exposed, and each cut had a little mark scratched beside it. A circle. I didn't know what it meant, but it didn't feel random. It wasn't natural. That night, I locked the door, barred it, and moved the chair so I could sit facing the door. I left the solar light off. I waited. Just after midnight, I heard the tapping again. Same sound, same rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. I stayed still. My hands were sweating. I didn't move. Then silence. Then a new sound. This time it came from the back of the cabin. A creak, like pressure on a wooden step. The back didn't have a porch, but it had one plank step from the ground to the door near the well. Someone was back there. I stood up slowly and grabbed the flashlight. I clicked it on and stepped to the back window. I pulled back the curtain just a little. Nothing, but the pump handle on the well was down. I was sure it had been up earlier. Then I heard something new, a long dragging sound, like a stick being pulled through the dirt. It circled the cabin. I turned off the flashlight, backed away, locked the back window. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, the pump handle was still down. I looked at the dirt. There were faint marks, maybe from a stick or a boot being dragged. Still no clear footprints. That day, I packed a bag and drove back down the dirt road until I got enough signal to call the owner. I told him I thought someone might be on the property. He said he'd owned that land for 15 years and never had trespassers. He told me I was probably hearing animals. He didn't sound worried. I told myself he was probably right. But that night, things escalated. It started with the tapping again. Then came the dragging sound. Then something hit the back wall of the cabin. Not hard, just a thump. Then another, like someone pressing their shoulder into the logs. I turned on the light, sat in the chair with the knife and flashlight. Then I saw the doorknob move, turned slightly, not a lot, just enough to click softly. But the door was locked. The bar was down. Whoever it was couldn't get in. I didn't move. The knob turned again, then stopped. No sound for a long time. Then a new noise, faint, scraping on the door, like someone running the tip of a blade or a nail in slow circles on the wood. I stayed in that chair until dawn. When the sun came up, I finally got up the nerve to open the door. There were marks on it, dozens of tiny circles and lines, carved shallow into the wood. Some went in spirals. Some were just scratches. That was it. I didn't care if I was overreacting. I packed up to leave, but the SUV wouldn't start. Battery was dead. The battery had been fine the day before. I opened the hood. Wires had been cut, clean, like with a blade. That's when it hit me. Someone didn't want me to leave. I went back inside, heart pounding. I tried the landline. Dead. The solar power still worked. The lights came on, but the battery bank was lower than it should have been. Someone had probably tampered with it too. I took inventory. I had food for maybe 5 days. Canned stuff, some rice and beans. I had water from the well. The stove worked. I had the knife, a hatchet, and one flare I'd brought in case of bear. But no phone, no car, no radio, no help. I locked the cabin down again. Sat by the door all night. No sound that night. Nothing. But the next morning, I found something new. Tied to the handle of the well was a string. At the end of it, hanging like bait, was a rabbit's foot. Freshly cut. Still bloody. It hadn't been there the night before. I didn't touch it. I didn't go outside at all that day. I stayed in the cabin and blocked the windows with extra firewood. That night, there was no tapping. Instead, there was whispering. I couldn't hear the words, just the tone. Soft, low, close, like someone was just outside the wall, speaking right into the logs. It went on for hours, never louder than a murmur, but constant. Then the dragging sound came back. It circled the cabin, over and over, a scrape in the dirt. When the sun came up, I finally opened the door again. All around the cabin, I needed to finish something I had been putting off for years. It was a writing project that always sat in the back of my head, but I could never find the right space, or the time, or the focus. My apartment was loud. My phone was always buzzing. People were always knocking or inviting or distracting. So I booked a cabin. I found it through a private listing, a cabin built in the late 70s by a family that used it for hunting and vacations until the parents died and the kids moved to different states. It was in a low, forested basin in Idaho, surrounded by old pine. No real trailheads nearby, just a rough gravel road that curved down into the woods for over a mile. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no nearby towns for 10 miles. Perfect. I arrived late on a Monday morning in mid-October. It was cool and overcast, not freezing but chilly enough that I kept the windows up on the drive. The dirt road twisted and dropped into the basin, which looked like it had once been carved out by a glacier. The cabin sat on a small flat patch next to a creek, maybe 40 feet from the waterline. It was solidly built, dark-stained wood with a metal roof and a wide deck. There were a few other cabins I passed on the drive-in, but none looked occupied. Most were boarded up for the season. Mine was the last one on the road. The inside smelled like cedar and age. A little musty, but not bad. It had been cleaned recently. There were wood beams across the ceiling and a stone fireplace on the far wall. The kitchen was small but had what I needed. A twin bed was tucked in one corner, a desk in the other, and a wall of windows looked out toward the creek. I unpacked my gear, set up my laptop, and started a fire. I didn't need much light during the day, but as the sun dipped behind the tree line, it got dark fast. I made some soup from a can, lit the propane lantern, and worked on my outline. By 10 p.m., I was exhausted. I lay in bed, listening to the creek outside, the quiet wind in the trees, and the crackle of the fire dying down. I didn't sleep deeply, but I slept. The next morning, I stepped outside and took a deep breath. The air was cold and fresh. The light through the trees was soft, and the only sound was the flow of water and distant birds. Felt good. I went for a short walk along the creek, noticed a trail of deer prints near the edge of the water, and came back to make some coffee. I worked most of that day, wrote a few thousand words. I only stopped when the light faded and I needed to build another fire. That night, something small tapped against the siding. Just a branch, I thought. Maybe a squirrel on the roof. It was a forest cabin. Of course, things would move around. I went to bed with the lantern off and the fire low, wrapped in 2 blankets. At around 3 a.m., I woke up. I wasn't sure why. The fire had gone out. The room was dark and cold. I heard something faint outside, maybe footsteps, but it could have been anything. My heart picked up speed. I held my breath, waited. It got quiet again. Nothing moved. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a raccoon. Eventually, I fell back asleep. The next morning, I noticed something strange. There were footprints, boot prints, in the soft dirt behind the cabin. At first, I thought they were mine, but they came from the tree line and stopped right at the edge of the back deck. I followed them back toward the woods. They veered slightly to the side and vanished where the pine needles thickened. I stood there for a while, looking around. No sounds, no movement. Could have been a hunter or someone walking their property, but I hadn't seen anyone. And why would they walk up to the back of my cabin? I told myself it didn't matter. Maybe they were old prints. I went inside, made breakfast, and got back to work. But my mind kept going back to the footprints. I didn't focus well that day. I kept checking the windows. I kept glancing at the trees. Around noon, I walked around the cabin again. Nothing looked different, nothing new. I felt a little embarrassed for letting it get in my head. That night, I made a bigger fire. I also left a flashlight next to my bed. I didn't want to be caught in the dark again. At 2:30 in the morning, I heard the cabin's deck creak. It wasn't loud, just one slow bend of the wood. Then nothing, then another. I didn't move. I listened with everything in me. There was weight behind the sound. It wasn't an animal. Something was standing out there. I grabbed the flashlight and clicked it on, then pointed it toward the windows. I couldn't see anything. I stood, stepped slowly toward the door, and listened again. The sound stopped. I opened the front door and swept the beam across the deck and into the trees. Nothing, just dark woods. I walked to the edge of the deck and shined the light around the base of the cabin. No footprints, no people, just wet pine needles. I waited 10 minutes. Nothing moved. My heart slowed a little. Maybe the wood shifted from the cold. I went back in, locked the door again, and pushed the small wooden table in front of it. The next day was cold. The sky was gray. I didn't write much. I kept thinking about the creek, about the footsteps. Couldn't shake it. I walked the perimeter of the cabin that afternoon and noticed something that wasn't mine. It was a small plastic wrapper, some kind of snack or granola bar, caught between 2 stones by the side of the cabin. I hadn't brought anything like that. I never ate those. It looked fresh, not sun-bleached or water-damaged. It hadn't been there the day before. I picked it up and carried it inside. I stared at it for a while, then tossed it into the fire. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept hearing noises. The trees shifted more. The wind picked up. I thought I heard something brush against the back wall again, but it was hard to tell. I stayed in bed and gripped the flashlight like a weapon. My back hurt. My neck was stiff. On the 5th day, I found another boot print behind the cabin. Just one this time. It was fresh. The edges were sharp in the mud. My breath fogged the air as I crouched beside it and tried to make sense of it. faced the cabin. The print was large. The tread was deep. Whoever it was, they were heavy. I walked out into the woods in the direction it came from. The brush was thick. The trees were tight. But about 50 yards in, I found a small area where the pine needles were cleared away, like someone had brushed them aside. I bent down and saw flattened spots, as if someone had laid there. I didn't feel right. My stomach turned. I walked back to the cabin and sat inside for the rest of the day with the axe by the door. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair by the fireplace with the fire going strong and my flashlight on the table. I stared at the windows and listened. At around 4 a.m., I heard something again. Not on the deck this time. Not creaking. Just a low noise, almost like breathing, or maybe something brushing the wall. Came from the back. I stood, quietly took the flashlight, and moved toward the window. Nothing. I opened the door and stepped onto the deck again. But this time I didn't shine the light immediately. I stood still, let my eyes adjust. The trees were motionless. No wind, no movement. Then something snapped, a stick maybe 50 feet back. I froze. The sound had weight behind it. Something large. I clicked the flashlight on and aimed it where the sound had come from. The light hit trees, bark, ground, nothing else. But I didn't move. I waited for 10 minutes. Nothing. I stepped back inside and locked the door again. That morning I packed my gear. I didn't want to stay another night. I knew I hadn't imagined the sounds. I hadn't imagined the prints. I threw everything into the back of my truck and walked the property one last time. There were more boot prints behind the cabin. 3 now, in a line. Whoever it was, they'd come back again. They weren't hiding it. Before I left, I walked back to that small clearing where the pine needles were brushed away. This time there was something new. A cigarette butt, still fresh. The paper wasn't soaked. The filter was barely flattened. Someone had been there recently, probably the night before, maybe even that morning. I left. I didn't stop to eat. I didn't look back. I drove the rough gravel road out of the basin, and every time I passed one of those boarded-up cabins, I stared at the windows, wondering if someone was watching. I got to the highway and finally saw cell service pop back up. I pulled over and called the property owner, told them what I saw. They didn't seem shocked, just said they'd check it out. That was it. I never went back. A week later, I got an email from the owner. They said someone had broken into one of the other cabins down the road. Just some canned food missing, but the door had been forced open. They didn't know when it happened. Could have been months ago, could have been last week. They had no idea. I filed a report anyway, told the police what I saw. They didn't seem too concerned either. Just said to stay safe and avoid isolated areas if I didn't feel comfortable. That was 3 months ago. I still think about it almost every night. I didn't see anyone. I didn't catch them, but I know they were there. I know. I had always liked the idea of getting away from everything, spending time in the quiet of nature, away from the noise and distractions of everyday life. That's why I had rented this cabin. It wasn't much, a small, old structure deep in the woods, surrounded by towering pine trees. I had been looking forward to a weekend alone, away from people, to do nothing but enjoy the peace and solitude. The cabin had no electricity, no running water, just the bare necessities. Wooden walls, a fireplace, a rusty stove, and a couple of old, creaky beds. I figured that's exactly what I needed. It was a cold, crisp autumn afternoon when I arrived. The air smelled of fresh pine and wet earth, the kind of scent that hits you when you're far from any road or house. The cabin was about half an hour's walk from the nearest town, which meant I was completely alone. No one around for miles. There was something oddly comforting about that, knowing I wouldn't be disturbed by anyone. I had made sure to bring everything I needed. Food, a couple of books, a flashlight, a blanket, and a couple of old DVDs to watch on my laptop when the night came. I had left my phone in the car. There was no signal, and I didn't want any distractions. I locked the car, grabbed my gear, and made my way to the cabin, the air turning sharper as I walked. When I reached the cabin, I unlocked the door with a rusty key left for me in the mailbox. The smell inside was musty, like old wood and dust, but it was cozy in a way. The fireplace was the first thing I focused on. It was stone and large enough to fit a decent fire. I decided to get a fire going, knowing it would make everything warmer. After unpacking, I found some dry wood piled outside. I chopped a few pieces with the axe I found in the shed out back and stacked them by the hearth. The fire crackled as the flames began to dance, casting flickering shadows across the walls. I sat in front of it for a while, just staring into the flames. The warmth felt good. The quiet was comforting. I could hear nothing but the occasional snap of burning wood, the wind outside rustling through the trees, and the rhythmic ticking of the old clock on the wall. It was the kind of quiet that felt like a weight in the air. Night came slowly, with the dark creeping in fast. The sun disappeared behind the thick trees, and the temperature dropped sharply. I had finished my dinner, just some canned soup and a sandwich, and now there wasn't much to do. I thought about reading, but I wasn't in the mood. Instead, I pulled out my laptop and decided to watch a movie. I felt a slight unease, but I dismissed it. It was just my imagination, I told myself. The wind had picked up, moaning as it passed through the branches outside. It was odd how the wind could sound almost like voices, faint murmurs carried in the breeze, but that was just the wind, wasn't it? After the movie, I turned off the laptop and set it aside. The fire was still going, though it was starting to die down, so I fed it a few more logs. I yawned, stretching, realizing how tired I was. I didn't want to go to bed just yet, but I also didn't want to stay up too late. I decided to sit on one of the old armchairs by the fire and just relax for a while. The night felt deeper now, the silence more oppressive. I could still hear the wind howling outside, but there was something else now, something I couldn't quite place. The sound was faint, almost like a shuffle, a slight rustling in the woods. I brushed it off. Maybe a small animal like a raccoon or a squirrel, nothing to worry about. But then it happened again. A loud snap, like a twig breaking under the weight of something heavier. I froze, my heart rate picking up a bit. I told myself it was just an animal. I'd heard that kind of noise before, living in the country for a while. But there was something unsettling about the way it echoed through the trees, almost deliberate. I stood up, looking out through the window. The world outside was pitch black, the trees indistinguishable in the darkness. The only thing visible was the faint outline of the cabin and the trees swaying in the wind. I could hear the rustling now, closer, like someone or something was moving in the woods just outside the cabin. My stomach twisted. I felt a sudden, irrational fear. I wasn't sure why. I had been alone in the woods before, camping, hiking, but this time it was different. This time, I felt like I wasn't alone anymore. I grabbed the flashlight from my bag and stepped outside. The cold hit me immediately, but I ignored it. My breath came out in visible puffs, hanging in the air like vapor. The forest was silent, save for the sound of the wind. I walked around the cabin, shining the light into the trees. There was nothing there, just shadows stretching across the ground, twisted and exaggerated by the light of the flashlight. I convinced myself I was just being paranoid. There was no one out there. It was just my mind playing tricks. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down on the couch by the fire, trying to calm myself. The warmth of the fire should have been enough to ease my nerves, but it didn't. I could still hear that rustling. Only now it was closer. The tension grew as the hours stretched on. Every noise made me jump. Every shadow felt like something moving just beyond the reach of the firelight. I told myself it was just the wind. It had to be. There was nothing else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was out there, watching me. It wasn't until around midnight that the feeling reached its peak. I had been pacing around the cabin, too restless to sit still. The fire had died down to nothing but embers. The cold seeped in through the walls, and I was wrapped in a blanket trying to keep warm. That's when I heard it. A knock. It wasn't a loud knock. It was soft, almost tentative, but unmistakable. Someone was knocking on the door. My heart raced. I felt the blood drain from my face. I was completely alone. I had locked the door before I went outside, and I hadn't heard any cars drive up. Who could it be? I grabbed the fireplace poker, holding it in my hand like some kind of weapon. My mind raced through all the possible scenarios. Maybe it was someone lost, needing help? Maybe it was just a fellow camper, though the odds of someone else being out here seemed slim. I crept to the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the handle. I could hear my own breath, slow and heavy. I opened the door a crack, just enough to see outside. There was no one there. I stepped outside, heart hammering in my chest. The woods were silent, still, with no sign of anyone. I shined the flashlight around, scanning every corner. Nothing. But as I turned to go back inside, I noticed something strange. There, just by the edge of the woods, was a figure standing motionless in the shadows. I froze. The figure was tall, broad-shouldered, and completely still. Its face was obscured by the darkness, but I could see it, watching me. For what felt like an eternity, neither of us moved. Then, without a word, the figure turned and disappeared into the trees, melting into the night. I stood there, rooted to the spot, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was I imagining things? No, I had seen it. It was real. The air felt thick now, suffocating. I didn't want to stay out here any longer, but I knew I couldn't leave. My mind raced, trying to piece together what I had just seen. Who was that person? What did they want? I went back inside and locked the door, but the unease remained. The silence felt different now, more oppressive. I sat by the fire, staring into the embers, trying to make sense of everything. Had I been followed? Was someone out there, watching me? I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. The night stretched on, but I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind outside made my heart race. I had never been so scared, not in all my years of hiking or camping in the wilderness. At around 3 a.m., I heard it again, the sound of someone moving outside. But this time, I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my things and made my way to the car. I didn't care about the cold or the dark. I needed to get out of there. I started the engine, the headlights cutting through the dark trees as I drove away from the cabin. The road felt endless, the quiet of the woods swallowing up everything behind me. As I turned a corner, I glanced in the rearview mirror. There, in the distance, I saw it. The figure. It was standing at the edge of the woods, watching as I drove away. I needed a break from everything. That's how this started. Work, people, traffic, noise, lights. Every part of my life had started to feel like too much. I'd been burned out for months, but kept pushing through until I couldn't anymore. I wasn't sleeping right. I wasn't eating right. I'd stare at my phone for hours doing nothing. So I took a leave from work and decided to go off the grid for a while. No internet, no signal, just nature, just peace. I rented a cabin in the mountains, way up north. It wasn't part of a resort or anything like that. This was a private place someone built decades ago and barely used. I found it on a forum, not a regular rental site. A guy posted about it, how he owned this land in the woods, how the cabin was still solid, how it was perfect for people who needed to disappear for a bit. It sounded exactly like what I wanted. The drive up there was long. The last couple hours were through back roads that weren't even paved. My phone signal vanished at some point without me noticing. I had printed directions because I was expecting that. I passed no other cars, no stores, no houses, just trees and more trees. I remember feeling like I was driving straight into the wilderness. The cabin looked exactly like the photos, maybe older. Weathered wood, a tin roof, a chimney. No electricity, no running water, just a wood-burning stove, an outhouse about 20 feet behind it, and a small spring a short hike down the slope for water. There was a pile of chopped wood stacked on the side, and the owner had left a box of supplies. Candles, matches, canned food, water filters, some first aid gear. I'd brought most of my own things, but it felt nice that he thought of the little stuff. I unpacked, made a fire, and that first night was the best sleep I'd had in months. No traffic, no buzzing notifications, just silence, real silence, the kind that sinks into your bones. The next few days were peaceful. I'd wake up with the sun, eat, hike, read, write in a journal, think. I took short walks in every direction to get a feel for the area. The trees went on forever. No roads, no people, no trails. It felt untouched. I saw deer, squirrels, a couple of foxes. I heard something bigger once, probably a bear, but it never came close. One morning, maybe 4 or 5 days in, I noticed something odd. I was walking behind the cabin, past the outhouse, just looking around. About 50 yards into the trees, I saw something on the ground. It was a tree stump, nothing strange about that, but something had been carved into the top. I walked over and saw letters. Rough, crooked, deep cuts in the wood that spelled out a name, Kyle. Just that. No last name, no date, just that one word. I stared at it for a long time. The carving didn't look fresh. It was worn, weathered, like it had been there for years. But that was the strange part. This cabin was supposed to be remote. No neighbors, no trails. Who would have come all the way out here just to carve their name into a random stump? I shook it off. Maybe a hunter passed through years ago. Maybe someone had camped out here before the current owner got the land. It didn't matter. Still, it left a weird feeling I couldn't quite explain. Like a trace of someone else's presence in a place that felt like it belonged to no one. The next day, I went further. I took my compass and my pack and started walking due west. I wanted to explore deeper. I planned to hike for an hour and then turn around. I figured that'd be safe enough to avoid getting lost. I made small notches in tree bark with my knife just in case. About 40 minutes in, I noticed more signs of people. Not recent, but definitely human. I saw a rusted can half buried in dirt. I saw a length of rope tangled in the brush. Then I saw what really caught my attention. A clearing, maybe 20 feet wide, with a small fire ring made of stones. Charred wood and ash were still inside. Old but not ancient. And then I saw the shoes. They were just sitting there at the edge of the clearing. Hiking boots, caked in dirt and moss, like they'd been there for months. One was tipped on its side. The laces were gone. I didn't go near them. I stood there trying to decide if I should look closer, but something in me said no. I just turned around and walked back toward the cabin. I made it back before sunset, but I kept checking over my shoulder the whole way. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything, but I felt watched. I kept thinking about the shoes, the name on the stump, the fire ring. Why would someone leave their boots out there? Why hadn't the owner mentioned that people used to camp nearby? That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, listening. At one point, I swore I heard footsteps outside. Not animal footsteps, human ones. Slow, crunching the leaves. I held my breath, sat up in bed, and waited. But they never got closer, and eventually they stopped. The next morning, I found nothing outside. No footprints, no sign of anyone. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe I'd gotten too deep in my own head. But the uneasiness didn't go away. I decided not to go hiking that day. I stayed close, chopped wood, boiled water, tried to read. I kept glancing out the window, expecting to see someone. But the forest stayed still. Later that afternoon, I found something that made my stomach turn. I went behind the cabin to use the outhouse. As I stepped out and turned to head back, I noticed something stuck into the bark of a tree about 10 feet away. It was a long nail, driven in at an angle, and hanging from it was a strip of cloth, faded red, torn at the edge, like someone had ripped a piece off a shirt or jacket. I pulled it down and held it. It was damp, dirty. I didn't know what it meant, but I suddenly felt very exposed. That night, I made sure to lock the cabin door. I wedged a chair against it from the inside. I kept the fire going low. I listened again. Nothing, but I barely slept. The following morning, I made a decision. I was going to hike out early, drive back to town, and at least get in touch with someone. Maybe ask the landowner about what I'd seen. I needed a reset. But when I went out to check the truck, I froze. All 4 tires were slashed. Not punctured, slashed. Torn open, side to side, like someone had taken a knife to them. The rubber was shredded, hanging in strips. Muddy boot prints circled the truck. Not mine. Too big. I felt my knees go weak. I backed away from the truck slowly. I looked around, scanning the trees. No movement, no sound. I ran back inside, locked the door, and sat down to think. My chest felt tight. My thoughts were racing. Someone had done this. I wasn't imagining things. Someone had been watching. Someone had waited until I was asleep. I checked my supplies. I had enough food and water to last maybe another week. But no way to leave. No phone service. No radio. I was trapped. I tried to stay calm. I told myself maybe it was vandals. Maybe it was someone who lived nearby and didn't like outsiders. Maybe they'd made their point and wouldn't come back. But I didn't believe that. That night was the worst. I didn't light the fire. I didn't want to be seen. I lay in bed with the axe beside me, staring at the door, listening to every creak and rustle. I heard something outside just past midnight. Not close, but nearby. A low whistle. 2 notes, like someone signaling. I stayed completely still. The sound came again. Then footsteps. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed a bag. Some food, the water filter, compass, knife. I left a note on the table with the date and time, saying I'd gone east, toward the road, hoping to flag down a car. I knew it would be risky. I didn't know if anyone would come by, but I couldn't sit there waiting to be hunted. I started walking, fast, not running but steady. I followed the same way I'd driven in, though the dirt road barely looked like a road now. I moved for hours, checking over my shoulder constantly. Around midday, I came across a small wooden sign nailed to a tree. It wasn't there before. It looked fresh. The paint was still wet. It said, "Go back." No other words. No signature. Just those 2. I stood there for minutes. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't go back. I kept going. I hiked for 2 more hours. Just when I started to feel like I'd lost the trail entirely, I heard something, an engine, distant but real. I rushed forward, breaking through thick brush, and finally stumbled out onto a wider dirt road. Not the one I came in on, but it was a road. I waved my arms. I shouted. A pickup truck came around the bend and stopped. The driver was a farmer. He looked confused when he saw me, but let me climb in. I didn't explain much. I just said my truck broke down and I needed to get to a town. He drove me an hour down the road to a small gas station where I called the sheriff. I told them about the slashed tires, the sign, the cloth, the shoes in the woods. They took it seriously, sent 2 deputies with me to check the I didn't expect anything to go wrong that weekend. It was supposed to be just another quick getaway, a break from the noise of everyday life. I had booked a cabin in the middle of nowhere, away from the city, no neighbors for miles, surrounded by trees and nothing else. Perfect place to unwind, to clear my head. At least that's how it seemed when I made the reservation. The pictures online made the cabin look cozy, secluded, and welcoming. I was excited. I arrived Friday afternoon, just as the sun was starting to dip behind the horizon. The drive up had been a long one, but the winding roads, the forest closing in around me, and the quiet that came with being so far out of civilization made the journey worth it. As I pulled up to the cabin, I was greeted by the smell of pine and fresh air. It was just as I had imagined, exactly what I needed. The cabin itself was a small, 2-story structure with a stone fireplace, a wraparound porch, and a small, wooden shed at the edge of the property. The surroundings were beautiful: tall trees, dense underbrush, and a small stream running just beyond the property line. There was no one else in sight. It was perfect. I grabbed my bags from the car and stepped inside, the door creaking as I opened it. The air inside was cool, and the wooden floors had a soft squeak under my boots. I walked through the living room, the furniture simple but comfortable. The kitchen was to the left, a small but fully stocked space that was perfect for cooking. I opened the sliding glass door to the back deck, and that's when I noticed something odd. The door had a thick layer of dust around the edges, almost as if it hadn't been opened in years. I shrugged it off. The place was old. Old places collected dust. I set my bags down and explored a bit more, checking out the bedrooms, the small bathroom, and the loft area. Everything seemed fine, quiet, peaceful. I made a cup of tea and went out onto the back porch to enjoy the view of the trees and the stream. As the evening went on, the sun set completely, leaving the forest bathed in an eerie, dim light. The wind picked up, rustling the branches of the trees around the cabin. I hadn't realized how much I missed the sound of wind through the trees, the kind that you can't hear in the city. It was soothing, comforting, until it wasn't. At some point, I decided to start a fire. I checked the fireplace when I first arrived, and it looked like it hadn't been used in a while, but there were some logs stacked neatly beside it, and I figured it would be nice to sit by the fire and read for a while. I grabbed a match, struck it, and lit the pile of kindling. The fire grew slowly, crackling and popping as the flames began to climb higher. It was quiet. The only sounds were the wind outside and the fire snapping in the hearth. After a few minutes, I settled into a chair near the fire with my book, trying to get lost in it. But something started to feel off. I couldn't place it at first. It was like the air had thickened, and the room felt suddenly too small, too enclosed. I glanced around, trying to shake the feeling, but there was nothing that I could see. The fire cast strange shadows on the walls, stretching and shifting in odd patterns. I shook my head and turned my attention back to the book. Then I heard it, a thump, like something had fallen from the ceiling or dropped onto the floor above me. I froze, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. There was no one else here, I was sure of that. The cabin was supposed to be empty. I put my book down and listened carefully. Nothing. I thought it might have been the house settling. I'd heard stories about old cabins and houses creaking at night, but the sound had been too distinct, too sudden. Still, I convinced myself to dismiss it. I was just getting paranoid, that's all. The night wore on, and I started to feel more and more uneasy. It wasn't just the thump I had heard. It was the feeling that something wasn't right. The wind had died down completely, leaving behind an unnatural stillness. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as well, despite the fire burning steadily. The flickering flames cast long, moving shadows across the walls, and I found myself glancing nervously over my shoulder. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but the feeling wouldn't go away. At some point, I decided to go to bed. Maybe a good night's sleep would clear my head. But as I was walking up the stairs to the loft where I had set up my bed, I stopped. There was something on the landing, a small, dark stain on the wood floor. I knelt down, trying to get a better look. It looked like dirt, but it didn't make sense. The floors had been clean when I arrived, and I hadn't tracked anything inside. The stain was wet, too wet to be dirt alone. My stomach tightened. I stood up, my heart hammering in my chest. The sound of my breath was too loud in the silence. I walked cautiously to the loft, trying to keep my mind from racing. The bed was exactly as I had left it, and for a moment, I just stood there, staring at the covers, willing myself to relax. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me. I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but the silence of the cabin felt suffocating. I lay there for a long time, staring up at the ceiling, trying to find a way to ignore the strange feeling of unease that had settled into my bones. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off to sleep. It wasn't long before I woke up. I had no idea what time it was, but the room was pitch dark. The fire had gone out hours ago, and the only light was the faint glow of the moon filtering through the windows. I lay there, wide awake, listening, and then I heard it again. The thump. It was louder this time, closer. I sat up quickly, my heart pounding in my chest. The house was silent again, but the feeling of someone, being in the house with me was impossible to ignore. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and turned on the flashlight. I was trying to be calm, but my hands were shaking as I held the light up to the walls. The ceiling. Nothing. I grabbed the small bat I had found in the corner of the room when I had arrived. It was probably just left behind by a previous tenant, but it would work as a weapon if I needed it. The thumping noise was still there, a heavy thud coming from the direction of the stairs. I crept slowly down the hall, my footsteps barely making a sound on the wooden floor. The air felt thick again, suffocating. Every little creak and crack of the wood made my skin crawl. My breath came faster as I reached the top of the stairs. That's when I saw it. The door to the attic was slightly ajar. The old wooden door, which I had assumed was locked, was standing open. I had never touched that door, never even thought to check it. But now, in the dim light of my phone's flashlight, I could see that it was open just enough to let the slightest sliver of darkness spill out from the room beyond. I didn't want to go up there. I didn't want to know what was in that attic. But some instinct urged me forward. I crept down the stairs slowly, making sure not to make a sound. The air around me was colder now, colder than it had been before. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up as I reached the bottom of the stairs. The thumping had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still in the house with me. I stood there for a moment, listening, trying to figure out what to do next. The silence was overwhelming, but it was the kind of silence that made you feel like you were being watched. The moment I stepped into the hallway, I heard something, a soft, almost imperceptible scuffing sound coming from upstairs. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I had to know what was up there. I had no choice. I took a step back toward the stairs. I'd always heard the stories, the kind that everyone tells around a campfire. The ones that make your skin crawl, the ones that make you think twice about heading out into the woods. I never thought I'd be the person in the story, but there I was, standing in front of a cabin, far from any semblance of civilization. It all started when my friend Tim invited me out for a weekend trip. He'd found an old cabin on some land his family owned, miles away from any town. No internet, no phone service, just nature and a rusty old structure that seemed like it hadn't been touched in years. At first, I wasn't too sure. I wasn't one for remote places, and the idea of staying in an isolated cabin for a couple of nights didn't sound all that appealing. But Tim convinced me. It was supposed to be an adventure. We were gonna hike, fish, maybe do a little exploring. I'd been to the woods before, but this was different. We made our way up the winding road. The trees grew thicker the further we went, the air grew heavier, and the sky darkened. The sun was starting to dip behind the hills, casting long shadows over the narrow trail. Tim was behind the wheel, but I could tell he was getting a little nervous too. The deeper we went into the woods, the more silent everything seemed. I could hear the hum of the car, but even the birds were quiet now. "Almost there," Tim said, breaking the silence. His voice didn't sound too confident, though. I nodded, trying to shake off the strange feeling crawling up my spine. The road was getting rougher, and the trees crowded in on us, leaving little space for anything else. When we finally reached the cabin, it was exactly as I imagined it would be. A small, weathered building tucked between two giant oak trees. The windows were fogged up, the paint chipped and peeling, the porch sagging to one side like it might collapse under the slightest pressure. We unloaded our bags and took a quick look inside. The place smelled like dust and mildew. The floor creaked underfoot as if the entire cabin was protesting our presence. There was no running water, no electricity, just a few old, mismatched pieces of furniture scattered around. A wood-burning stove sat in the corner, and the fireplace was so full of ash that it looked like it hadn't been used in years. "We'll make it work," Tim said, trying to sound upbeat. "We can make a fire and cook up some food, relax. It'll be fun." But I wasn't convinced. The cabin felt off. The air felt thick, and even though the place had been abandoned for so long, it felt like it had been waiting for us, like it had been expecting us to come. Night fell quickly. We lit the fire, set up our sleeping bags on the floor, and ate the simple meals we'd packed. As we sat there, the wind started picking up. It howled through the trees outside, rattling the walls of the cabin. It wasn't a comforting sound, not like the wind that whispers through the trees at the edge of the forest. This was more like a warning, as if the forest itself was trying to communicate something to us. But I said nothing. Around midnight, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on. No sounds, no movement. Just an eerie sense that the world outside the cabin was too quiet, too still. The fire crackled and popped in the corner, casting flickering shadows across the room. I tried to ignore it and focus on Tim, who was drifting off to sleep. But then I heard it, a soft thud outside, just beyond the cabin wall. At first, I thought it was just the wind or some animal, but then came another thud, followed by a third. It was a slow, deliberate rhythm, like something was pacing around the cabin. My heart started racing. I held my breath, listening. Another thud. This one was louder. I glanced over at Tim. He was sound asleep, his chest rising and falling in the rhythm of deep slumber. I wanted to wake him, but something in me told me not to. I couldn't explain it, but waking him felt wrong. So I lay there, frozen, eyes wide open, staring at the shadows dancing on the walls. The thuds continued, getting closer. I could hear them moving around the cabin, each step deliberate, as though the thing outside knew we were here and was circling us, waiting for something. My mind raced. I thought of all the animals that lived in the woods, bears, deer, raccoons, but none of them made such heavy, deliberate footsteps. Whatever it wasn't interested in scaring us off. It was watching us. I got up slowly, trying not to make a sound. The floor creaked under my feet, and I froze, listening for any response from the outside. Nothing. I tiptoed toward the window and peered out. All I could see were the thick shadows of trees. The moon was barely visible, and the wind had picked up even more, rustling the leaves. But there was no movement. The thuds stopped. For a few moments, there was nothing but the wind. I sighed, a little relieved, but still unsettled. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That feeling didn't go away. It gnawed at me, growing stronger with each passing minute. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I went back to my sleeping bag, crawled in, and tried to force myself to sleep. But the rest of the night was a blur of restless tossing and turning. Every time I closed my eyes, I could hear those thuds, soft but steady, moving around the cabin like a hunter waiting for its prey. I woke up the next morning to the sound of birds chirping and sunlight filtering through the cracks in the cabin walls. Tim was already up, making coffee by the stove. The events of the night before felt distant, like a bad dream. "Good morning," he said, not noticing the unease in my eyes. I nodded, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to scare him. There was no point, but I was sure of one thing. The thuds I heard weren't a dream. Something had been outside watching us. We spent the day hiking around the area, trying to put the weirdness behind us. The sun was bright, and the woods were beautiful, but there was an undercurrent of tension in me that wouldn't go away. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot made my heart race. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone. There, when we returned to the cabin, the feeling of unease returned. The shadows were longer now, the air cooler. I didn't want to admit it, but I was afraid to stay there another night. I didn't want to leave Tim alone, but something inside me screamed that it wasn't safe, that we weren't alone. I told Tim that we should head back to the truck and drive into town for the night. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the cabin. He laughed it off, thinking I was just being paranoid. "It's just the woods, man. You're not used to this kind of isolation," he said, trying to reassure me. But I couldn't shake it. I knew something was out there, and I couldn't put my finger on what it was. That night, as we sat by the fire, the thudding started again. Soft at first, then growing louder. It circled the cabin like before, but this time, there was a sense of urgency in the steps. Like whatever was outside knew we were trying to leave. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and grabbed my bag, ready to go. "We need to leave now," I told him. "It's not safe here." He looked at me, a little annoyed, but I could see the fear in his eyes now too. The thuds grew louder, closer. The door rattled with each step, and I could feel the cabin shake. Tim stood up, his face pale. "Let's go." We didn't waste time packing. We grabbed what we could and rushed out the door. As we hurried to the truck, I couldn't help but look back at the cabin. The door was slightly ajar, and I swear I saw something move in the darkened window. We didn't stop until we were back on the main road, miles away from that place. That was the last time I ever went back to that cabin. And I'll never forget the thuds, the feeling of being watched, and the eerie silence that surrounded that place. Ning of the story. Due to the length of your request, I can continue it further in segments. Let me know if you want me to proceed. I never expected this trip to be anything other than an escape. After a hectic few months, I wanted nothing more than to spend some time alone, to unwind. The cabin was supposed to be my retreat, a place where I could disconnect, breathe, and clear my head. Little did I know this cabin would end up being the place where everything changed. It wasn't a fancy cabin by any means. A small, wooden structure nestled in the heart of the forest, miles away from any town. The owner had described it as rustic, which I guess was just a polite way of saying it hadn't been updated in decades, but that was part of its charm. I wasn't looking for luxury. I wanted simplicity, a cozy place with a wood-burning stove, a bed that smelled like cedar, and a porch where I could watch the sun dip behind the trees. It was exactly what I needed, or so I thought. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun began to slip behind the treetops. The air was crisp, and the ground was covered in a blanket of fallen leaves. The drive up had been long, but there was something oddly peaceful about the solitude. The kind of peace you can only get when you're completely alone, surrounded by nature. There was no cell service out here, and honestly, I was relieved. No emails, no calls, no distractions. Just me, the trees, and the silence. The cabin itself was smaller than I expected, but it had character. The logs were weathered but sturdy, and the roof had a slight sag to it, like it had settled over time. It looked like it belonged to the woods, as if it had been there long before I ever thought to rent it. I smiled to myself as I unloaded my car, appreciating the simple beauty of it all. Inside, the cabin was exactly what I hoped for. A large stone fireplace sat against one wall, with a few chairs scattered around it. There was an old wooden table in the center of the room, with mismatched chairs that looked like they had been handed down through generations. The kitchen was small but functional, with just enough counter space for what I needed. The cabin felt warm and welcoming, like it was happy to have me there. I spent the first hour unpacking and getting settled in, laying out my things and starting a fire in the hearth. The crackling of the logs was soothing, and the smell of wood smoke filled the room, adding to the rustic charm. I was tired from the drive, but there was something about the place that kept me awake, alert, as if the quietness of the forest was pressing in on me. After making a simple dinner, I sat on the couch with a cup of tea, listening to the wind rustle the leaves outside. The cabin was remote, tucked away from any other buildings, and the only sounds were the occasional call of a bird or the shifting of branches in the breeze. It was so quiet that it almost felt unnatural, like the world had paused and left me alone in it. As night fell, I turned off all the lights except for the fire and settled in for a peaceful evening. I was content, but there was a small voice at the back of my mind that I couldn't shake, a feeling like something was just a little off. I tried to ignore it, but it lingered as I sat there, staring into the flames. The quiet was so thick, so complete, that it began to feel oppressive. I had to admit, a part of me was starting to feel uneasy. The wind outside had picked up, and I could hear the trees creaking under its force, like they were whispering to each other. But there was no one else here. It was just me. Around midnight, I decided to turn in. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and I fell asleep quickly, but not peacefully. My dreams were strange, disjointed, and filled with shadows that seemed to flicker just at the edge of my vision. I woke up more than once during the night, disoriented and uneasy, but the silence of the cabin was so thick it seemed to swallow any sound. When morning finally came, I felt a little better, but the odd sense of unease still clung to me. I didn't let it get to me, though. I spent the day hiking around the woods, taking in the fresh air and the beauty of nature. There was something therapeutic about being surrounded by the towering trees and the crisp autumn air. By the time I returned to the cabin in the evening, I was tired but content. That night, however, something was different. I had just finished eating and was sitting on the couch with a book when I heard it. A noise outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, this time clearer. A branch breaking, followed by the sound of footsteps crunching on the dry leaves. My heart skipped a beat. I stood up, looking around the cabin, my mind racing. There was no reason anyone should be out here. The nearest neighbor was miles away, but the footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, as if someone was walking around the cabin. I froze, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. The footsteps circled the cabin, the crunch of leaves getting louder and closer. I grabbed the flashlight that sat on the coffee table and moved toward the door. My mind screamed at me to stay inside, to ignore it and just call the police. But I couldn't. I had to know what was out there. Maybe it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something larger. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. Something about the rhythm of the steps felt too human. I opened the door just a crack, the cold night air rushing in, and I peered outside. The flashlight flickered, and I quickly shook it, hoping to get a better look. But there was nothing. The yard was empty, the only movement coming from the trees swaying in the wind. I closed the door and locked it quickly, my breath shallow and fast. There was no one out there. I was being paranoid. But why had I heard the footsteps so clearly? I tried to reason with myself, telling myself it was just the wind or maybe an animal wandering too close. But something deep inside me didn't believe it. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I didn't sleep well. My mind kept returning to those footsteps, the slow, deliberate pacing around the cabin. It wasn't normal. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was out there, watching. The next morning, I woke up early, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. I felt an overwhelming need to leave. I couldn't explain it, but I knew I had to go. I packed up quickly, throwing everything into my car and locking the cabin behind me. As I drove away, I glanced back at the small wooden structure in the rearview mirror. It stood silent and still, the morning light casting long shadows across the yard. I couldn't explain what had happened, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never go back there again. It was mid-September when I decided to take a break from everything and get away for a while. Work had been stressing me out more than usual, my sleep was messed up, and I was starting to feel like I was running on fumes. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just packed up some clothes, food, water, some tools, and drove out to a small cabin I'd found online a few months earlier. It was way out in the northern part of Michigan, tucked deep into the woods near a quiet lake. No neighbors nearby, no Wi-Fi, no cell reception. It was exactly what I needed. The cabin was owned by a guy who listed it on a site for off-grid rentals. It wasn't fancy, just a simple one-room structure with a wood stove, a cot, a small kitchenette, and an outhouse behind it. No electricity, just a few battery-powered lights and a propane lantern. I brought my own power bank to charge my phone, but I planned on keeping it off most of the time anyway. I wanted silence. I wanted to feel the quiet again. The drive took almost 9 hours. The last 2 hours were on narrow dirt roads that twisted through thick trees. My GPS lost signal halfway through, so I had to rely on printed directions I'd brought with me. When I finally saw the cabin, tucked away behind a row of pine trees and sitting near the edge of a wide, still lake, I felt this strange sense of relief, like I could finally let go of something I hadn't even realized I was holding on to. The first day was uneventful. I unpacked, checked the cabin over, lit the lantern, and made some dinner. I sat on the small wooden deck that looked out over the water, watching the sky turn dark while the stars came out, one by one. It had been so long since I'd seen that many stars. With no light pollution, the sky looked like someone had spilled glitter across black velvet. I stayed out there for a while until it got too cold, then went back inside and crawled into the cot with a heavy blanket wrapped around me. I slept better than I had in weeks. No cars, no buzzing phone, no city noise, just the wind in the trees and the occasional hoot of an owl. I woke up just after sunrise, made coffee on the little propane stove, and spent the day hiking around the area. There were some old logging roads and game trails that ran through the woods, and I followed a few of them until I found a ridge that overlooked the lake from the north side. I brought a sandwich and sat up there for a while. It felt good to be away from everything. But that night, something changed. I was sitting by the fire pit I had built that afternoon, roasting a hot dog over the flames. I kept hearing small noises in the woods behind the cabin. At first I thought it was just animals, maybe raccoons or squirrels. But the sounds were too steady, too slow. It sounded like someone walking. A step, then another, then silence, then another step. I turned my head toward the trees, trying to see if there was anything out there, but I couldn't see anything in the dark. I told myself it was just my imagination, that being out in the woods with no one else around was playing tricks on me. I poured water on the fire, locked the cabin door, and went to bed, but it took a long time to fall asleep. My ears stayed alert, waiting for more sounds. The next morning, I found tracks behind the cabin. They weren't boot prints. They looked like someone walking barefoot. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I could see the clear shape of toes in the mud. The prints led from the woods to the back wall of the cabin, then disappeared around the corner. I followed them, heart pounding in my chest. They stopped about halfway to the lake and just vanished, like whoever it was had walked backward into the woods or had been carried away. I checked my surroundings for any sign of a prank. No tire tracks, no bikes, nothing. I was the only person out here. I spent most of the day trying to forget about it. I went for another hike, brought my fishing rod down to the lake, and caught a couple of trout. I cleaned them, cooked them up, and tried to act normal. But I kept looking over my shoulder. I started locking the cabin door even during the day. That night, I woke up just after 2 a.m. I don't know what woke me, maybe a sound, maybe just instinct. I laid there in the dark, listening. First, there was nothing. Then I heard something outside. Not footsteps this time, but a dragging sound, like someone pulling something heavy through the dirt. Passed by the side of the cabin, then stopped. I held my breath. The dragging sound started again, then faded into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I went outside and looked around. I found a long groove in the dirt that started near the edge of the cabin and went all the way into the woods. It was about a foot wide. Not deep, just enough to show that something had been moved through there. I followed it for a while until it became too hard to see in the underbrush. I turned around and went back. I started to pack, but I hesitated. I had 3 more nights left. I had come out here to clear my head, and now I was going to run away just because of a few weird things? Maybe it really was just an animal. Maybe I was overthinking it. I decided to stay, but I kept my hatchet next to my bed that night. It didn't help. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again. This time they were faster, like someone running. They circled the cabin, then stopped at the front door. I sat up, heart racing, gripping the hatchet so tightly my hands started to cramp. I didn't hear knocking, no jiggling of the handle, just standing there. Then the footsteps ran off. I didn't sleep. At sunrise, I walked around the cabin again. This time there were more prints, bare feet, multiple sets, some big, some small, all around the cabin. I realized this wasn't just one person. There were at least 4 different sets of prints. I packed everything, but I had no signal. My car was parked about a half-mile down the trail. I had to walk to it, then drive another few miles before I'd get service. I slung my backpack over my shoulders, carried my hatchet, and locked the cabin behind me. As I walked, I felt like I was being watched. Every few minutes, I turned around. The woods were quiet, too quiet. I saw no deer, no squirrels, no birds, just trees and shadows. I started walking faster. When I got to the car, it looked untouched, but something had left scratch marks on the back bumper. Deep, erratic lines. I didn't stop to check more. I got in, locked the doors, and drove. It took an hour to reach the highway. As soon as I had a bar of service, I called the owner and told him what had happened. He seemed surprised, but not shocked. Said it might have been some local squatters or kids messing around. I didn't say anything else. I just wanted to go home. When I got back to my apartment, I locked every window and double-checked the doors. I didn't sleep right for a week. A month later, I looked up that cabin listing again. It was gone. The whole profile, like it had never existed. I checked the rental site, forums, even tried to track down the owner. Nothing. The place vanished. I don't know who or what was out there in those woods. I don't believe in the supernatural, and I don't think it was animals. Someone or some group was living out there, watching, waiting. I think I was lucky to get out when I did. I haven't gone camping since. I had always enjoyed the idea of spending time in nature. It felt peaceful to me, like a way to escape from the constant noise of daily life. So when my friends suggested renting a secluded cabin for the weekend, I was all in. We all needed a break, and being out in the middle of nowhere sounded perfect. The drive there was longer than I had expected. The roads became narrower, and the trees grew denser the further we went. We were about an hour outside of the nearest town, and the cabin itself was on the edge of a thick forest. The GPS lost signal about 20 minutes before we reached the place, which didn't sit well with me, but my friends were excited, so I pushed my unease aside. As we arrived, the cabin looked even older than I had imagined. It wasn't anything fancy. A wooden structure with peeling paint and a chimney that seemed like it hadn't been used in years. There was a rickety porch that creaked as we stepped onto it, and the windows were dusty with cobwebs in the corners. But the place had character. Despite my unease, there was something comforting about its rustic charm. We unloaded our bags and started unpacking. The inside was just as old as the outside, creaky floorboards, mismatched furniture, and a musty smell that seemed to linger in the air. The kitchen was functional, but I could tell it hadn't been updated in decades. Still, we were here to relax, and I tried to focus on that. That night, after settling in, we sat around a small fire pit in the backyard. The night air was cool, and the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustling of leaves in the trees. There was something strange about the woods around us. It felt almost too quiet, the kind of silence that made you aware of every sound, no matter how small. I tried to shake the feeling, but it lingered. The first night passed uneventfully. We stayed up late, telling stories and drinking, and eventually we all went to bed. I fell asleep quickly, the exhaustion of the drive catching up to me. But as the night went on, I woke up to a strange sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it was something else, something more deliberate. It was faint at first, like a soft thud against the wall of the cabin. I dismissed it as an animal, but then it came again, and again. My heart started to race. The noise was rhythmic now, like someone was knocking softly on the wall, but there was no one there. I tried to ignore it, pulling the covers tighter around me, but sleep didn't come easily after that. The next morning, I didn't mention the noise to anyone. Maybe I had imagined it, I thought, or maybe it had been an animal outside, maybe a tree branch brushing against the wall. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Over the next couple of days, the unease continued. Strange things started to happen. Doors would creak open by themselves, even though we were sure they had been closed. The firewood in the shed seemed to get used up faster than it should have, despite us not needing that much. And there were those thuds again, late at night. Too quiet to be heard by anyone else, but loud enough to make my heart race. By the third day, I was on edge. The others were still having a good time, hiking and exploring the nearby trails, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone in those woods. I began to notice things out of the corner of my eye, shadows moving in the trees, shapes that didn't seem to make sense. I started to wonder if maybe we had chosen the wrong place, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. That night, things took a turn. We were all in the living room, playing cards and drinking, when the power suddenly went out. The whole cabin went dark, the kind of darkness that felt suffocating. We tried to use our phones as flashlights, but the signal was still down, and the backup generator wasn't working either. It was pitch black, and the air felt thick. We could hear the wind picking up outside, howling through the trees, but in the midst of that, there was something else, something even stranger, the faint tapping sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind again, but as the seconds ticked by, I realized it was coming from inside the cabin. The tapping was rhythmic, like someone was knocking gently on the wood, but there was no one there. I stood up and walked toward the sound, my feet scraping against the floorboards, which seemed to groan under my weight. My pulse was pounding in my ears, and I tried to keep calm, but everything inside me was telling me to get out of there. I reached the hallway, where the sound was the loudest. The walls were cold to the touch, and my breath fogged up the air around me. The tapping had stopped, but I could still feel something. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I could sense a presence, something watching me just beyond the shadows. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural voice, almost too quiet to hear, whispered from somewhere behind me. I whipped around, but no one was there. I was alone in the hallway. My heart was racing now. I turned back toward the living room, but before I could take a step, I heard the noise again, a heavy thud against the wall, right behind me. I ran. I don't know how I got back to the others, but I did. I stumbled into the living room, my eyes wide, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I tried to explain what had happened, but no one seemed to understand. They all dismissed it as nothing, probably just an animal, they said. But I knew what I had felt. The rest of the night was a blur. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus, couldn't escape the feeling that something was wrong. The others went to bed eventually, but I stayed up, watching the windows, listening for any sign of movement. I could hear the wind howling through the trees, but there was something else in the air now, something suffocating. By morning, I was done. I packed my bags and told the others I was leaving. They tried to convince me to stay, but there was no way I could. Something wasn't right about that place. I couldn't explain it, but I knew I needed to get out. As I drove away from the cabin, I felt the tension in my chest slowly start to ease. The further I got from those woods, the lighter I felt. I don't know what it was that made that place so unsettling, but I didn't need to find out. I didn't tell the others about what I had felt or what I had heard. Maybe they wouldn't believe me. Maybe they wouldn't understand. But I knew what I experienced was real, and I wasn't about to stick around to find out if things would get worse. The woods were silent behind me, and that was enough. I rented the cabin on a Tuesday morning in early October. It was the off-season, and I found the listing through a small, independent site instead of one of the big ones. The photos looked plain. Nothing fancy, just a single-level wooden structure with a front porch, a tin roof, and trees all around it. No mountains, no lake, just woods. The owner was an older man who lived out of state, and he sent me the code to the lockbox by email. I didn't talk to anyone directly. That was what I wanted. I had just gone through a bad patch in my life. Job burnout, 2 years of constant overtime, and then a breakup that dragged on for months. I needed space, silence. I didn't want to hear voices. I didn't want to see cities or cars or even my phone screen. I brought a bunch of books, a sleeping bag even though the cabin had a bed, and enough canned food and dry goods to last 10 days. There was no internet. Cell service dropped out about 15 minutes before I got to the gravel road that led to the cabin. I liked that. The cabin sat maybe 100 feet back from the gravel road. There was a small dirt pull-off just wide enough for my car. No other houses, no lights, just forest. The trees were tall and spaced close together, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. A single trail led from the parking area to the front door. I had to carry all my things in by hand. Took 3 trips. Inside, the cabin smelled like pine boards and old wood. The floor was uneven in some spots, and the ceiling was low. There were 2 small bedrooms, a narrow bathroom with a clawfoot tub, and an open living room that connected to a basic kitchen. There was a wood stove, and I brought firewood with me. The place had electricity but no TV, and the outlets looked like they were from the 70s. Still, everything worked. I unpacked, swept the place out, and by late afternoon, I had a small fire going. That first night was quiet, dead quiet. So quiet it was almost uncomfortable. I kept thinking I'd hear a car on the road, or maybe an animal, but there was nothing, not even crickets. I read until I was tired and went to bed in the smaller room. The mattress was soft and sagged in the middle. I woke up once because I thought I heard a knock on the wall, but I told myself it was probably the wood shifting from the cold. I went back to sleep. On the second day, I went for a walk along the gravel road. There was nothing but trees and brush on either side. No signs, no fences, no mailboxes. After about a mile, the road dipped down and curved hard to the left. I noticed an old wooden gate pushed back into the weeds. It looked like no one had used it in years. I didn't go through it, just kept walking. The rest of the day was normal. I cooked rice and beans on the stovetop, read more of my book, and chopped up some kindling from the firewood pile I'd brought. I noticed that the forest got darker a lot earlier than back in town. By 5:30, it felt like dusk. I lit a lantern and set it on the table. Around 8, I sat out on the porch. The air was cold and still. It didn't smell like anything, just dry leaves and dirt. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking I was hearing soft noises outside, like crunching leaves, faint snapping twigs. But every time I got up and looked out the window, I didn't see anything. It wasn't windy. There were no animals as far as I could tell, just pitch black forest. On the third morning, I noticed something weird. There were footprints around the porch. Not boot prints, bare feet. The ground was covered in a layer of soft dirt and leaves, and there were distinct impressions. Some small, some large. No shoe treads, just toes. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I even took a stick and tried to recreate them in the dirt, thinking maybe animals could make something similar, but it wasn't close. These were human, bare human feet, dozens of them. I walked the perimeter of the cabin. The prints went around the back and stopped at the edge of the trees. They didn't come from the road. They didn't go anywhere else. It looked like someone, or maybe several people, had come out of the woods, walked around the cabin, and gone right back in. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have cell service. I had no way to call anyone unless I drove back to town. But I didn't feel like I was in danger. Not yet. I convinced myself it was maybe a prank. Maybe teenagers. Maybe the owner didn't know local kids came around. I kept the fire going all day. The heat made the place feel safe. That night, I didn't go to sleep right away. I kept the lantern on and sat in the main room in a chair that faced the door. I dozed off a couple of times. Woke up suddenly each time. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it. Footsteps, right outside. Not walking fast, just slow crunching through the leaves. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped right outside the window, and I could hear this sound, like someone breathing. Not loud, just steady. I wanted to look, but I didn't want to be seen. I slid down off the chair and crawled over to the window, staying out of sight. I peeked just enough to see a shape. Person. Standing still. No clothes. Bare skin. Pale in the moonlight. Not moving. Just standing there. I stayed crouched down for an hour. Maybe more. When I finally got the nerve to look again, the figure was gone. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I decided I'd had enough. I packed up what I could and stuffed everything into the car. But when I got in and turned the key, the engine clicked once and went dead. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood and checked the cables. I didn't know much about engines, but the battery looked like it had been tampered with. One of the wires had been pulled out. Not broken, just unplugged. Cleanly. That was when I really started to panic. I went back inside, locked the doors, and blocked the windows with blankets. I kept the fire going and kept the lantern nearby. I didn't go outside again. I rationed my food and tried to stay calm. I kept track of time by marking a piece of wood with my knife each time the sun rose. Every night, I heard the footsteps. They circled the cabin, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. More than once, I heard tapping on the walls. One night, I heard whispering. I couldn't make out words, just the tone of it. Soft, repetitive, like chanting. I didn't sleep more than an hour or 2 at a time. I started to lose track of how many days had passed. I ate less. I barely drank any water. The last 2 cans of food I had were cold beans and a can of peaches. I knew I was going to have to make a run for it eventually. When I felt like I couldn't wait any longer, I took the fire poker, put on every layer of clothing I had, and waited until morning. Just before dawn, I ran. I ran down the gravel road as fast as I could. My legs burned. My chest felt like it was going to explode. I kept looking back, expecting to see someone chasing me, but I never did. The road curved. The gate was still there. I kept going. After what felt like hours, I saw a car. A man in a pickup. He stopped and stared at me like I was a wild animal. He gave me a ride into town. I didn't tell him everything. I just said I got lost. I borrowed his phone and called my brother. He drove out 4 hours to come get me. A few weeks later, I reported the cabin listing to the site. It was gone. Completely. No trace. The owner's email bounced back. I couldn't find the listing anywhere. I drove back out with my brother one day just to prove to myself it was real. The gravel road was there, but the pull-off was gone. The trail was gone. The cabin wasn't there anymore. Just trees. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't rent cabins. I don't go camping. I live in the city now. I sleep with noise, with people around me, with lights on. I don't know who or what was out there. I just know it was real, and that I survived it. I had never been one for remote cabins. The idea of being so far out in the middle of nowhere always felt like something out of a bad dream. But there I was, standing at the edge of the old cabin, staring at the weathered wood that had seen better days. It was late autumn, and the trees around me were stripped of their leaves, leaving the forest eerily silent. There was a sharp wind blowing through the trees, making the branches creak like old bones, and the air had a chill that seemed to get deeper the farther I ventured into the woods. I had come to the cabin to escape. Life had become overwhelming. Work, responsibilities, and the constant noise of the city had worn me down. The idea of a few days alone in the wilderness with no distractions seemed like the perfect reset. The cabin, a relic from the 1950s, had been advertised online as rustic but charming. But now that I was standing in front of it, I wasn't so sure. It looked more like something you'd see in a horror movie. Old, sagging, with ivy crawling up the walls and a roof that looked like it might cave in at any moment. I wasn't particularly scared, but the isolation started to settle in the longer I stood there. The cabin was miles away from the nearest neighbor, and the road that led here was barely a dirt path. It had taken me hours to drive through winding back roads, and now, with the sun dipping below the horizon, I felt a strange sense of unease creeping in. I pushed open the squeaky door and stepped inside. The air was stale, smelling of old wood and mildew. The interior was even more run down than I had imagined. The furniture was a mismatched assortment of chairs and tables that looked like they had been bought from a second-hand store decades ago. The fireplace was empty, with ashes from a long-forgotten fire still scattered inside. The only source of light was the fading glow of the last bit of daylight coming through the grimy windows. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I wasn't about to let the place spook me. This was supposed to be my time to relax, away from everything. I made my way to the small kitchen, grabbed a can of soup, and opened it with a twist of the key that had been left for me on the counter. As I started heating it up on the stove, I noticed a strange scratching sound coming from somewhere outside the cabin. I paused, spoon halfway to my mouth, listening carefully. It wasn't the wind, which had picked up again, making the trees groan and sway. This was something different. Faint, rhythmic, almost like something or someone was walking around outside. I shook it off as just my imagination running wild in the solitude. But the scratching continued for a while, and with each minute it seemed to get closer. I turned on the light in the small living area, grabbed the soup, and walked over to the window. I peered out into the darkness. The world outside was pitch black, save for the few beams of light from the cabin that barely cut through the forest. I didn't see anything, but I could still hear the scratching, now almost directly beneath the window. It was unsettling, but I couldn't see what it was. I checked the lock on the door and made sure it was secure. The wind picked up again, shaking the trees and making the cabin creak as if it was alive. I set the soup down and tried to focus on something else, but that scratching sound kept gnawing at the back of my mind. I needed a break. After months of relentless work and personal turmoil, The idea of escaping to a secluded cabin in the woods seemed like the perfect remedy. I found a listing online, a rustic cabin nestled deep within the forest, miles away from the nearest town. The photos showed a quaint wooden structure surrounded by towering trees and a serene lake nearby. It was exactly what I was looking for. I packed my essentials, clothes, food, a few books, and my camera, and set off early in the morning. The drive was long, winding through narrow roads that gradually became dirt paths. As I ventured deeper into the forest, cell service disappeared, and the sense of isolation grew. By late afternoon, I arrived at the cabin. It was modest but charming, with a small porch and a chimney that hinted at a cozy fireplace inside. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The interior was simple: a single room with a bed, a kitchenette, and a sitting area by the fireplace. There was no electricity, but a stack of firewood and a gas lantern provided the necessary amenities. I unpacked my things, lit a fire, and settled in for the evening. As night fell, the forest came alive with sounds: crickets chirping, leaves rustling, and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was peaceful, a welcome change from the constant noise of the city. I read for a while before turning in, the gentle crackle of the fire lulling me to sleep. I woke up to a strange sound. It was faint, like footsteps crunching on gravel. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened intently. The noise stopped. I told myself it was probably an animal and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside to find footprints in the dirt path leading to the cabin. They were human and they weren't mine. I felt a chill run down my spine. Who else would be out here? I hadn't seen another soul since I left the main road. I decided to brush it off. Maybe a hiker had passed through. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I spent the day exploring the area, taking photos of the lake and the surrounding woods. The beauty of the place helped me relax, and by evening, I felt more at ease. That night, I locked the door and kept the fire burning. I fell asleep quickly but was awakened again by a noise. This time, a soft tapping on the window. I froze, listening. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I mustered the courage to peek through the curtain but saw nothing. The darkness outside was impenetrable. The next morning, I found smudges on the window pane, as if someone had pressed their fingers against the glass. Panic set in. I considered leaving, but the thought of navigating the forest roads alone, without cell service, was daunting. I decided to stay one more night, keeping a knife within reach. That evening, I didn't light a fire. I sat in the dark, listening. Hours passed in silence until I heard the door handle rattle. Someone was trying to get in. I held my breath, gripping the knife tightly. The rattling stopped, followed by footsteps retreating into the woods. At dawn, I packed my things and left. The journey back was harrowing, every shadow in the forest a potential threat. When I finally reached the main road and regained cell service, I called the authorities. They investigated but found no signs of anyone else in the area. I never returned to that cabin. The experience left me shaken, a stark reminder that isolation can be as terrifying as it is tranquil. Started out as a weekend to get away. I had been dealing with burnout at work, and my doctor told me to take a break before I ended up in the hospital from exhaustion. I wasn't used to slowing down, but I knew I had to. So I found a rental cabin deep in northern Wisconsin, not far from the edge of Chequamegon National Forest. It was small, isolated, with no cell service and no Wi-Fi, and that was exactly what I needed. Just silence, nature, and a few days to breathe. The drive up took 6 hours from where I lived in Milwaukee. By the time I arrived, the sun was already starting to dip behind the trees. The cabin sat on a dirt road that didn't show up on most GPS systems. It was a single-story, wooden place with a pitched metal roof, a wraparound porch, and 2 small outbuildings behind it. One was a shed, the other a small outhouse. There was plumbing inside, but apparently the outhouse was a backup if anything failed. That gave me a weird feeling. Inside, it smelled faintly of pine and something older, like old furniture or musty fabric. The floor creaked under my feet as I walked around. The living room had a worn leather couch, a small stone fireplace, and a bookshelf with books about hunting, survival, and one titled Field Dressing Made Easy. The kitchen was compact, with a propane stove and a small fridge that was already stocked with a few essentials. A short hallway led to a bedroom with a full-size bed and a closet, and next to that was a tiny bathroom. There were no curtains on the windows, and as the daylight faded, I realized how dark the forest could get. I lit one of the kerosene lamps provided and tried to settle in. I didn't bring much with me, just clothes, a cooler of food, and a few books. I set my things down, locked the front door, and tried to relax. That first night, I kept hearing noises outside. It wasn't anything supernatural. I figured it was just wildlife. The area had deer, raccoons, foxes, and even black bears. But around 1 a.m., I heard what sounded like footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate, boards creaking. I sat up in bed, heart thudding. I listened, but they stopped after a few seconds. I told myself it was probably just the wood settling from the temperature drop. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked at the porch. There were no boot prints or anything obvious, but the woods felt different. I had grown up hiking and camping, so I was used to the sounds of nature. This felt off, too quiet, like everything was holding its breath. I tried to shake the feeling. I went for a short hike along a nearby trail, made breakfast when I returned, and then sat on the porch for most of the day reading. I had a small axe and chopped some wood in the afternoon to keep the fireplace going that night. I tried to act like everything was normal. That night, the footsteps returned. This time I was still awake, reading in bed. I heard the porch boards creak again, slowly, moving from one side of the cabin to the other. I turned off the lamp and waited in the dark, straining to hear. After a while, the sound faded. Again, I found nothing the next morning. No prints, no marks, nothing. But I started noticing little things out of place. The axe I'd left leaned against the porch wall was now on the ground. A rock that had been near the fire pit was moved. The trash can lid was off, but no signs of animal rummaging. On the third day, I started locking the shed and outhouse. I also kept the axe inside. I began to suspect someone might be messing with me. There were no other cabins within miles, but it wasn't impossible for someone to be camping nearby. I walked around the property but didn't see anyone. Still, I felt watched. That evening, I didn't light the lamp. I sat in the dark, watching out the window. Around 11:30 p.m., I saw movement near the tree-line. A shape, person, not an animal. I froze. They were standing still, maybe 50 feet from the cabin, just outside the glow of the moonlight. Couldn't make out details. No flashlight, just standing there, watching. I stayed in the dark for almost 2 hours, checking the window every few minutes. Eventually, the figure was gone. I barely slept. Every creak in the floor or gust of wind made me tense. I kept the axe by the bed. On the fourth day, I decided I needed to leave. My break was supposed to help me relax, but now I felt like prey. I packed everything I could quickly, threw it in the car, and locked up. I started driving down the narrow dirt road just after sunrise. I made it about a mile before I saw something that made me slam on the brakes. A tree had been felled across the road. A large one, too heavy to move by myself. I got out and looked around. There were no chainsaw marks. It hadn't fallen naturally. Someone had clearly cut or pushed it over. I stood there for a minute, heart racing. I checked my phone. Still no service. Not even a bar. I decided to head back to the cabin, grab the emergency radio I had seen in the shed, and try to call for help. It was the only plan I had. When I returned, the front door was open. I had locked it. I was sure of it. The door was now slightly ajar, creaking in the breeze. I didn't see anyone around. I picked up the axe, walked inside slowly. Everything looked the same at first, but then I noticed my backpack was missing. The fridge door was wide open. The closet had been emptied onto the bed. Someone had searched the place. I didn't know if they were still inside. I backed out fast and ran to the shed. Locked. I used the axe to break the latch. Inside was the emergency radio, a rusted old CB with a car battery attached to it. I fiddled with the knobs, turning it on, scanning for any frequency that might work. Static. I tried again and again. Finally, I heard something. A voice. Broken, distant. I couldn't make out the words. I pushed the button and shouted into it, saying I needed help, that I was stranded, that someone was out here. No response. Just static. Then I heard the creak again. From the porch. I turned off the radio and crouched inside the shed, peeking through the slats in the wood. Someone was standing at the cabin door. A man. Thin, tall, wearing a coat that looked too big for him. He turned and scanned the trees, like he was looking for me. I stayed in that shed until dark. When night came, I knew I had to try something. I couldn't stay in that shed forever. I crept out, keeping low, and slipped into the woods behind the cabin. I hiked uphill, thinking I could find another road, a higher point with a signal, anything. I walked for what felt like hours. No flashlight, just the moon. Finally, I saw lights through the trees. Not headlights, a building, a ranger station or outpost. I stumbled toward it, knocking on the door. A man inside opened it, startled. Took a while to explain everything. He called the local sheriff. They came and took me back to town. I filed a report. They found the cabin ransacked. My bag and some of my food were missing. No sign of the man I saw. No prints. No witnesses. Just an abandoned rental cabin in the woods. I never got answers. I don't know who he was, what he wanted, or how long he'd been watching me. Maybe he was just a drifter. Maybe he thought the cabin was his. All I know is that I was lucky to get out. I haven't gone camping since. I stay away from isolated places now. Even when I go hiking, I stick to crowded trails. I triple-check doors and windows at night. People tell me I overreact, that it was probably just a one-time thing. But I still remember the sound of the porch boards creaking. I remember the figure in the trees, standing still. And I remember how that cabin felt, like I was never alone. It wasn't ghosts. It wasn't demons. It was just a person. And that was worse. I needed a break from the noise. Life had been too loud lately. Phones ringing, emails piling up, people talking all the time. My head felt full, like it was going to burst. So when I saw a cheap cabin rental listed in a small town up in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, I booked it without thinking twice. It was late October, right before the snow would start, and the pictures showed a quiet, run-down little cabin surrounded by woods. Perfect. I drove up alone on a Thursday morning. It was a long, boring drive. Miles of empty road with gray skies overhead. The trees were bare, just dead leaves scattered everywhere. The cabin sat a few miles off the main road, at the end of a narrow gravel path barely wide enough for my car. No one else was around, no houses, no cars, nothing. Just trees. I had to get out and move a fallen branch to drive all the way to the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. One room with a small kitchen and a bed pushed against the wall. There was an old wood stove in the corner and a dusty table with 2 chairs. No TV, no Wi-Fi, no signal. Just peace and quiet. I unpacked, made a sandwich, and then sat outside on the steps to eat. The air was cold and smelled like dirt and pine. I felt better already. The first night was uneventful. I lit a fire in the stove, read a book by lantern light, and went to bed early. The silence was almost too much, but I told myself that was the point. No noise, no stress, just me and the woods. The second day I took a walk. There were no trails, so I just wandered. The forest was dense, the ground soft with leaves and moss. I didn't go far. I didn't want to get lost. But after about an hour, I turned around and headed back. I was sweating even though it was cold. My boots were muddy. I washed off in the sink and made some canned soup. That night, it was harder to sleep. I kept hearing things. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, the stove creaking. I figured it was animals. I told myself it was normal. The third day is when things got strange. I noticed something in the woods. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or maybe a deer, but it didn't move like a deer. It didn't move like anything I'd seen before. It stood too still, like it was watching me. I stopped walking and stared at it. It didn't move. I blinked, and it was gone. I laughed nervously, told myself I imagined it, and walked faster back to the cabin. That night, I locked the door and pushed a chair under the knob. I didn't even know why. I just felt like I needed to. I didn't sleep much. I kept listening, waiting. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps. Slow, crunching footsteps outside the cabin. They stopped near the wall behind the bed. I held my breath. I didn't move. After a while, they went away. The next morning, I went outside and looked around. There were footprints in the dirt. Not mine, not boots, bare feet. I followed them a little way into the trees, but they vanished in the dead leaves. I felt sick. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have cell service. The nearest town was at least 20 miles away. I told myself maybe it was a hiker, someone passing through. But who hikes barefoot in the cold? I stayed inside most of the day, checking the windows every few minutes. I barely ate. I kept the fire going even though it wasn't that cold. I didn't want the silence. At some point in the afternoon, I thought I heard a knock. Not loud, just a soft tap on the wall. I grabbed the hatchet from the woodpile. I waited. Nothing else happened. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up in the chair by the stove, hatchet in my lap. Around 3 a.m., I heard the doorknob rattle. Just once. Then silence. I didn't move. I just stared at the door until morning. When the sun came up, I packed my stuff. I didn't care that I'd paid for 2 more nights. I threw everything in the car and started driving. The gravel road was rough and I almost got stuck twice. I didn't stop until I hit the highway. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not at first. I figured people wouldn't believe me. Maybe they still wouldn't. But a few weeks later, I started looking up missing persons reports in that area. There were a few. One guy went missing the year before, a woman in the 90s, a couple hikers in the early 2000s. Not a lot, but enough to make me wonder. I never went back. I think about it sometimes, especially when I'm alone or when the house gets too quiet. I wonder if I really saw what I saw. I wonder if someone was out there, living in those woods, watching that cabin, waiting. What scares me the most is the idea that if I hadn't left when I did, I might not have made it out. Maybe I would have been another name on that list. Maybe I was lucky, or maybe I was just early. Either way, I know I'll never rent another cabin like that again. Not in the woods. Not alone. It's not worth it. The peace and quiet isn't peaceful when you start to feel like something out there is watching you. When silence doesn't feel empty, it feels full. Full of something you can't see. Something that's waiting. And whatever it was, I never want to meet it again. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. Just me, sometime alone, and a cabin I found listed on a small rental site. No distractions, no people, just peace. I had been working long hours at the hospital, barely sleeping, and the stress was crawling under my skin. I figured 3 nights off the grid in northern Minnesota would be the reset I needed. No cell signal, no internet, just nature. The cabin sat about 20 minutes off the nearest county road. After the paved road turned to gravel, I passed a few rundown barns and rusted cars slowly being swallowed by weeds. Then nothing, just woods. The gravel turned to dirt, and the trees grew taller, thicker, darker. I followed the GPS until it lost signal, but by then I had only about a mile left. I kept going, trying to remember the directions I had memorized. Eventually, I saw the mailbox nailed to a crooked pine tree, number 7740. The drive was barely visible, more like a path carved through tall grass and brush. When I pulled up, I was surprised by how rundown the place looked. The pictures online must have been years old. The porch sagged a little on one side, the paint was peeling, and some of the shingles had slipped from the roof. Still, it was standing, and it was mine for the weekend. I stepped out of the car and stretched. The air was cool for late summer. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. Not just the absence of traffic or people. No birdsong, no wind, not even the hum of insects. I shook it off. Maybe I was just so used to noise that the stillness felt unnatural. Inside, the cabin was cleaner than I expected. It smelled like old wood and dry pine. There was no TV, no radio, not even a microwave. Just a small gas stove, a sink with a hand pump, and a wood-burning stove in the corner. There was one bedroom, a narrow hallway, and a bathroom with a composting toilet. The windows all had thick blinds, some closed, some partially open. The floor creaked a little with every step. I unpacked what little I brought. Some canned food, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, batteries, a knife, and a paperback book. After dinner, I walked around the property a bit. There was a path leading into the woods behind the cabin, barely visible but definitely walked on before. I didn't follow it. Something about it gave me a weird feeling. Not fear exactly, just unease. That night, I barely slept. It wasn't that the bed was uncomfortable. It was the quiet again. I could hear every little creak, every shift in the wooden walls. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard a thump outside, like something heavy landing on the porch. I froze in bed, heart pounding. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe for a few seconds. I told myself it was a branch falling, maybe a raccoon. Still, I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I checked outside. There were no branches on the porch. No signs of an animal either. I didn't see anything weird, but that feeling stayed with me. That creeping sense that something wasn't right. I tried to shake it, made coffee on the stove, sat on the porch, and tried to read. By noon, I was restless. I decided to hike a little. I avoided the path behind the cabin and stuck to the area out front. After an hour or so, I found a small stream and followed it for a bit. I lost track of time and ended up circling back from a different direction. That's when I noticed something weird. I had looped around, but I didn't recognize the trees. The woods all looked the same, but I had a good sense of direction. Still, I started seeing old things, rusted cans, broken tools, even a few half-buried planks. I wasn't far from the cabin, but this area looked like someone had been here before. A long time ago. Then I saw the old shed. It was maybe 100 yards from the cabin, hidden by trees and brush. The roof was caved in on one side, and the door hung half off its hinges. I walked around it slowly. Inside were broken crates, some rusted tools, and a pile of rotting lumber. I thought about taking a picture, but I had left my phone in the cabin. Something about the shed made me feel sick, like I shouldn't be there. Back at the cabin, I locked the door and stayed inside for the rest of the day. I made dinner, read a little, and tried not to think about the shed. That night, the thumping came again. This time it was louder. I sat up in bed and grabbed my flashlight. I waited. Nothing. Then a slow, dragging sound, like something heavy scraping across the porch. I couldn't move. My whole body was tense. I stayed like that for an hour, then fell asleep without realizing it. In the morning, I saw scratches on the wooden porch. Long, deep ones, too deep for a raccoon. I tried to laugh it off. Maybe an animal had sharp claws. Maybe I was being paranoid. I made a plan to leave early, even though I had one more night left. I just wanted to get through the day. By late afternoon, I started hearing noises in the woods. Not animals, snapping branches, footsteps. I kept looking out the window, but I didn't see anything. Then I remembered the shed. What if someone had been using it? What if someone was out there watching me? I decided to pack. I tossed everything in my bag and put it by the door. I turned off the stove, checked the locks, and sat by the front window with my flashlight and knife. I planned to leave before sunrise. At some point, I must have fallen asleep again. I woke to the sound of the doorknob rattling. My heart almost stopped. It wasn't loud, but it was deliberate. A soft, steady rattling. Then silence. Then a thump. And another. Something or someone was walking around the cabin. I crouched low and moved to the back window. It was too dark to see. I kept still, holding my breath. The footsteps circled twice, then nothing. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The first light, I bolted. I grabbed my bag and got in the car. The driveway was half overgrown, and I could barely see it in the morning fog. I drove slowly until I hit the gravel, then sped up. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. Once I got cell service again, I checked the cabin listing. It was gone, like it had never been posted. I tried the website's support line, but they said they had no record of my booking. I still had the receipt in my email, but even that link was dead. I reported it to the local sheriff's office a few days later. They looked into it. Turns out the land had been abandoned for almost a decade. The original cabin owner had passed away, and no one claimed the property. They didn't find any listing. They didn't find any record of a rental company operating in that area. I gave them the location and a deputy followed up. When he got back to me, he said the place was falling apart. Roof caved in, porch half gone. Said it didn't look like anyone had stayed there in years. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I was in that cabin. I stayed 2 nights. I felt the floor under my feet. I cooked on the stove. Something was out there with me, but no one believes me. I still don't sleep well. I jump at small sounds. I can't be in total silence anymore. I always need a fan or something humming in the background, and I never, ever rent cabins off sketchy websites. That weekend was supposed to help me relax. Instead, it reminded me that isolation doesn't always bring peace. Sometimes it opens a door you didn't know was there, and sometimes something is already waiting on the other side. It was the second week of October when I decided to take a break from everything. I had been dealing with stress for months. Work had been draining, and I hadn't had a moment to breathe in what felt like years. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want to answer emails. I didn't want to stare at my phone or hear traffic or deal with people. I just wanted to disappear into the woods for a while. That was it. I wasn't looking for peace, really. I was just looking for distance. So I found a cabin up north, deep in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I don't even remember how I found it. Probably one of those rental sites, but it was exactly what I wanted. Isolated. A long dirt road led to it. No nearby houses. Nothing but trees for miles. The photos showed a simple wooden structure, single story, small porch, wood-burning stove. It looked old but clean, rustic but solid. The listing said it had solar power for lights and a propane tank for heat and cooking. There was even a little lake just a quarter-mile walk through the trees. I booked 5 nights. Packing was simple. I brought canned food, bottled water, instant coffee, a couple flashlights, a big knife I kept in the glove box for no real reason, and a few extra blankets in case the propane heater didn't work right. I also packed a heavy-duty sleeping bag and a thick winter coat. You never know with Michigan weather. It was only early October, but the cold had already started creeping in. The days were cool. The nights could dip below freezing. The drive took most of the day. I left just after sunrise and didn't get to the cabin until nearly 5 p.m. I remember the last part of the drive clearly. The pavement ended and gave way to gravel, then packed dirt. That last stretch was about 6 miles long and took me almost 40 minutes. It was rough and narrow and full of dips and holes. The trees grew thick on both sides, closing in around the road like a tunnel. By the time I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting orange light through the bare branches. The place was even more isolated than I expected. The air was still. No wind. No animals that I could hear. Just quiet. My tires crunched on gravel as I parked next to the cabin. I cut the engine and stepped out. It was colder than I thought it would be. I stood there for a while just looking at the place. No cell service, no power lines, no sounds but the ones I made. It was almost too quiet. The cabin had a simple front door and one small window on the side. Around back was a small shed and an outhouse. The lake trail wasn't marked, but I could see a faint path winding off into the woods. It felt like I had truly left the world behind, and for a moment that felt perfect. Inside the cabin, everything was as advertised. One room with a small table, a wood stove in the corner, a twin bed with a thin mattress, a propane burner for cooking, a single sink that drained into a barrel outside, and a few shelves with old canned goods and random gear. The solar power gave just enough light to see by when the sun went down. It wasn't much, but it was enough. I unpacked, made some soup on the burner, and ate it sitting on the porch as the last light faded. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes when you've been running too long and finally hit a wall. I didn't wake up once. No noises, no dreams, just black. The next morning, I hiked down to the lake. It was small but beautiful, clear water, surrounded by trees turning red and orange. There was a little wooden dock, half rotted but still standing. I sat there for a while just listening to the wind in the branches. I didn't see another person, not even a plane overhead. It was like the rest of the world had stopped existing. The second night, I started to feel something was off. Nothing big, just little things. I thought I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Not constant, just a few crunches like someone stepping on dry leaves. I got up, opened the door, and looked around. Nothing. Could have been an animal, but it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like a person walking, slow and careful. I brushed it off. Maybe I was just not used to the woods. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me now that I was finally alone. I went back to bed and eventually fell asleep. The third day, I stayed close to the cabin. I read a book I'd brought and wrote in a notebook. I walked the trail again and came back before dark. That night, it got colder. I wrapped myself in the sleeping bag and added 2 blankets. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. It was dead silent again. But I had this heavy feeling, like something was wrong. I lay there for a while, listening. Then I heard the creak of the front porch. Just once, like someone stepped on it and then stopped. I held my breath. Then I heard it again. 2 creaks. Closer. Then nothing. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours. I never heard footsteps walk away. No door. No voices. Just 2 steps on the porch. That was it. The next morning, I checked outside. Nothing was disturbed. No footprints in the dirt. But the feeling didn't go away. I felt watched. I felt like I wasn't alone. I kept telling myself it was paranoia. Just nerves. Being that isolated can mess with your head. On the 4th night, I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing things. Rustling outside. Tap on the window. Just one. Then silence. A single knock on the back wall. Again, just one. No wind. No rain. Nothing that could explain it. I was starting to feel scared. And I'm not someone who scares easy. I sat up most of that night with the knife in my hand. Not that it would have done much if someone really wanted to get in. But it made me feel better. I kept the flashlight on and pointed at the door. When morning finally came, I made the decision to leave a day early. I didn't care about wasting the money. I didn't care about the peaceful retreat I had wanted. Something didn't feel right, and I wasn't going to ignore it anymore. I packed up everything as fast as I could, threw it in the car, and got ready to drive out. But the car wouldn't start. The engine turned over once, then nothing. I tried again. Same thing. It wasn't the battery. I had checked that the day before, and it was fine. I tried again and again until the engine didn't even click anymore. Dead. That's when I really started to panic. I wasn't stupid. I knew I had enough food and water to last a few more days if I had to. I could survive. But I didn't want to stay here any longer than I had to. I had no way to call for help. I had no signal. No one knew exactly where I was. I hadn't told anyone the coordinates. Just said, up in the UP. I hadn't even posted about it online. I decided to hike out. The road was 6 miles. I could walk it, then find help, flag someone down, anything. I grabbed my pack, left a note in case someone found the place, and locked the cabin. It was nearly noon. I had enough daylight. I started walking. The woods felt different that day. I couldn't explain it, just wrong. Like the trees were closer than before, like the air was thicker. I walked fast, heart pounding. I kept hearing noises behind me, branches snapping, footsteps that stopped when I did. I tried to stay calm. Maybe a deer, maybe just squirrels. Then I saw the same fallen log I'd passed 2 miles ago. The same twisted tree. I was walking in circles. I knew I hadn't turned. I followed the road. But somehow I was back where I started. That's when I really started to lose it. I sat down, drank some water, and tried to think. I decided to keep walking. I had to keep going. After another hour, the sun started dipping low again. I still hadn't found the end of the road. No sign of another car. No sound of anything. Then I saw the cabin again. I swear I hadn't turned around. I had walked in one direction the entire time, but I was back, standing in front of the same place I just left hours ago. I wanted to scream. I felt like I was losing my mind. With no choice, I went back inside, locked the door, pulled the blankets over the window, turned off all the lights, sat in the dark. I kept the knife in my hand. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I tried again. This time, I used my compass. I went east, straight east. I didn't follow the road. I cut through the woods. I kept going. Every hour, I marked trees with my knife. I counted my steps. I drank sparingly. I walked for 5 hours straight, and I found a road, paved one. I nearly cried when I saw it. It wasn't the same one I drove in on, but I didn't care. I followed it until I saw a gas station. I ran inside, called for a tow truck, and had them drive me back to my car. When we got there, my car started on the first try. I didn't say a word. I just thanked the guy, got in, and drove. I've never gone back. I don't even remember where the cabin was exactly. I never saved the address. It doesn't show up in my rental history. Maybe it was just stress. Maybe it was isolation. But it felt real. All of it. Too real. I take my breaks at the beach now, or in the city, somewhere with people. It was early October when I decided to spend a week alone in a cabin deep in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I'd been dealing with a lot of stress at work and thought a solo retreat, away from everything and everyone, would help clear my mind. I didn't tell many people where I was going, just that I was taking some time off. The cabin belonged to a friend of a friend, one of those rustic places with no Wi-Fi, barely any cell service, and powered by an old generator out back. That's exactly what I wanted. I drove up from Indiana, the roads getting more narrow and less maintained the deeper into the forest I went. The trees had already changed color, painting everything in oranges and reds. The drive took nearly 10 hours, and by the time I reached the long gravel path that led to the cabin, it was close to sunset. The gravel drive twisted and turned through thick woods for almost a mile before the cabin came into view. It was smaller than I expected, but charming in a rough way. It sat on a slight hill surrounded by tall pines, with a tiny front porch and a rusted metal roof. There was a fire pit off to the side and an old woodshed nearby. Inside, it was a single-room space with a small kitchenette, a wood stove in the corner, and a twin bed with a mattress that had clearly seen better days. There was no indoor bathroom, just an outhouse about 30 yards behind the cabin, near the treeline. That would take some getting used to. After unloading my things, I started a fire in the wood stove, opened a can of soup, and sat on the porch with a thick jacket as the sun dipped behind the trees. It was perfectly quiet except for the occasional rustling in the brush or the call of a bird in the distance. I had no neighbors, no roads nearby, nothing. Just miles and miles of forest. It was exactly what I wanted until it wasn't. The first night was uneventful. I slept deeply, probably from the long drive and the fresh air. But the second night, I woke up to a sound outside. It wasn't loud, but distinct. A slow crunching sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I lay in bed and held my breath. The sound continued for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I listened for a long time, but everything went silent. I told myself it was just a deer or some other animal and eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. I didn't see anything out of place, but I noticed a line of scuffed leaves and broken twigs near the fire pit. Again, I told myself it was nothing. This was the woods, after all. Animals moved through all the time. Still, I felt uneasy. That day, I went for a hike along a narrow trail behind the cabin. It ran along a ridge with views of the valley below, eventually looping around a small lake a couple miles in. The weather was crisp and clear. I took pictures, collected some kindling, and made it back just before sunset. I made dinner, started a fire, and tried to shake off the nerves from the night before. The third night, the noise came back. This time it was louder. I was half asleep when I heard it. Footsteps. Not fast, not frantic. Just steady, measured steps crunching over dry leaves. Then I heard what sounded like a branch snapping. I sat up in bed, heart racing. The wood stove had gone out, and the cabin was cold. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. The footsteps came closer, then stopped. I stayed like that for hours, not sleeping. At some point, I must have drifted off, because when I opened my eyes, it was morning. I got up and walked outside. There, in the soft mud just off the porch, was a footprint. Human. It was faint, but unmistakable. I checked the area again. Nothing else. Just that one print. I started to feel like maybe coming up here alone hadn't been such a great idea. That afternoon, I tried to get a signal on my phone. I climbed the ridge where I had one bar the day before, but now I couldn't get anything. I tried sending a text to my brother, letting him know I might cut the trip short. It didn't go through. I waited around for an hour but couldn't get a connection. I went back to the cabin and decided to leave the next morning. I packed some of my things, filled up the gas can for the generator, and double-checked the locks on the door and windows. I left the axe from the woodshed inside, near the door, just in case. I didn't sleep much that night. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they circled the cabin. I could hear them clearly, one slow step after another. Leaves rustling, twigs snapping. At one point, something tapped the side of the cabin. Not hard, just a single knock. Then silence. I stayed in bed, holding the axe, afraid to even breathe too loudly. Hours passed. When the first light of morning came through the small window, I got up and opened the door. I saw more footprints. This time, they went all the way around the cabin. I followed them a short way into the woods before they disappeared into the undergrowth. I didn't wait any longer. I packed everything as fast as I could, locked up, and started the long drive back. I didn't stop until I hit a small town about 2 hours south. At a gas station, I called my brother. The call dropped twice before it went through, but I told him what happened. He didn't say much, just told me I did the right thing by leaving. Back home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept replaying the sounds, the footprints, the feeling of being watched. A few weeks later, I mentioned the cabin to the friend who had originally connected me to the owner. She looked surprised. She said that place had been empty for years. The owner only went up once every couple of years to check on it. She didn't know anyone who had stayed there recently. That made my skin crawl. Someone had been out there with me, not an animal. Not a hunter. Someone who walked around my cabin at night, silently, never revealing themselves. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I still enjoy the quiet, the escape, but I'm not naive about it now. There are people out there who don't want to be found. People who live in the shadows of those forests, far from roads, far from rules. I don't know what that person wanted, or how long they had been watching the cabin. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe not. All I know is, if I hadn't left when I did, I might not have left at all. I needed to get away from everything for a while. That was the only reason I rented the cabin in the woods. I wasn't running from anyone. I wasn't trying to find myself. I just needed some real quiet and time alone, without the constant hum of traffic or people shouting across apartment balconies. I was burnt out. Work had been killing me for months, and I hadn't had a real break in over a year. I found the place online through a listing someone posted on a no-frills website. Nothing flashy, no touristy pictures. Just a handful of photos showing a plain wooden cabin, a gravel driveway, a propane tank in the back, and trees. That was it. No reviews, no extras. The person who listed it didn't even write a long description. Just said it had water, electricity, and a wood stove. It looked like what I wanted. Nothing more, nothing less. I booked it for 2 weeks. It was early April when I arrived. Cold enough that the nights were still freezing, but warm enough in the afternoons to sit outside in a hoodie. The drive up took me nearly 8 hours, and most of the last part was on narrow, winding dirt roads where I didn't see another car for at least 40 minutes. No phone service out there either. I had downloaded some offline maps just in case. When I pulled up to the cabin, it looked exactly like the photos. Simple, square, faded wooden planks, small front porch. The gravel driveway ended about 20 feet in front of the door, and behind the cabin, There was a steep drop-off filled with thick pine and birch trees. It felt completely cut off from everything else. When I stepped out of the car, I noticed how quiet it was. Not just quiet like a library or a quiet neighborhood, still, no traffic, no airplanes overhead, no dogs barking in the distance, just wind moving through the trees and maybe the occasional bird call. It was the kind of silence that almost feels like pressure on your ears. I stood there for a while, breathing it in. Inside, the cabin was basic but clean. There was a single room with a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a small wood stove, and a kitchenette with a gas burner. A little hallway led to a bathroom with a compost toilet and a gravity-fed sink. Everything smelled faintly of pine and old wood. There was no TV, no internet, no clock on the wall. Just me and time. The first few days were exactly what I needed. I read books I'd been putting off for years. I went on long walks through the woods, always careful to keep track of my path. I brought a journal and wrote in it every morning with coffee and every evening before bed. At night, I built fires in the stove and listened to the wind outside. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't experienced in years. The unease started on the 4th night. I'd gone to bed around 10. I was used to falling asleep to the glow of my phone or TV, but in the cabin, once the fire died down, the dark was total. I left a flashlight on the nightstand, but otherwise just pulled the thick blanket around me and lay still. The wind outside picked up. I remember listening to it whistle around the eaves of the cabin, wondering if it might snow again. And then I heard a crunch outside. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer, but it was heavy, not the kind of movement you'd expect from a raccoon or a rabbit. It sounded like a person walking slowly across the gravel driveway. Step, pause, step. I sat up in bed. The window near the bed was covered by a thick curtain, but I leaned over and pulled it aside just a little, enough to peek out. The moon was low but bright enough to cast shadows. I didn't see anyone at first. I scanned the driveway and the edge of the trees but didn't notice anything out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there. After a few minutes, I heard nothing more. No footsteps, no crunching. I told myself it was probably a branch falling, or maybe a deer just passing through. I forced myself to go back to bed, even though my heart was still racing. I didn't fall asleep for hours. The next morning, I went outside to check the driveway. The gravel had clearly been disturbed. There were prints, definitely from boots. Large, deep ones. They led from the edge of the trees up to the far side of the driveway, maybe 20 feet from the front of the cabin, and then stopped. No tracks going back. I walked around the cabin, checked the back, even looked down the slope behind it. Nothing. No sign that anyone had gone into the woods or circled the building. The prints were dry, not fresh, so I figured whoever it was had come by sometime in the night after the wind dried things out. I couldn't tell how long they'd stood there or where they'd gone. I spent the rest of the day feeling off. I kept looking over my shoulder every few minutes. I went on a short walk but kept it close to the cabin. I didn't like the idea of someone just wandering around out here. I hadn't seen another person since I left the main road, and I knew this place wasn't on any popular trails. There was no reason for someone to be here unless they knew about the cabin. That night, I didn't sleep much. The 5th night, it happened again. I had just finished reading by flashlight and turned it off when I heard it. Same sound, gravel crunching. Slow footsteps, closer this time. I didn't even try to convince myself it was an animal. I sat up, pulled the curtain aside, and there he was, a man, standing at the edge of the driveway, halfway between the trees and the front of the cabin. He was facing the cabin, not moving, just standing there. He was wearing dark clothing and a cap pulled low. His hands were at his sides. I couldn't make out his face in the dark, but I could see enough to know he wasn't carrying anything. No backpack, no flashlight, just standing still like he was waiting for something. I didn't move. I just watched him, heart hammering in my chest. He didn't do anything, didn't take a step forward, just stood there. After maybe 2 minutes, he turned and walked back into the woods. Same slow steps, same pause between each one. And then he was gone. I stayed awake until sunrise, sitting up in bed with the flashlight on, holding the only thing I had that could be used as a weapon, a fire poker. In the morning, I went outside again. Same boot prints, same pattern toward the cabin, then back to the trees. But I noticed something new. The tracks were closer this time. He had stopped maybe 10 feet from the front porch, just far enough to stay in the shadows. I was too far out to call anyone. No signal. I had an emergency GPS beacon in my backpack, the kind you press if you're injured or lost. But I didn't press it. I kept telling myself maybe it was a hunter who got lost. Maybe someone just messing around. But I knew better. This guy didn't have a flashlight, didn't call out, didn't knock, just stood there and stared. I decided I'd leave the next day, 1 week early. I packed my stuff before dark. Didn't want to be out there at night again. I loaded the car, kept the fire poker in the front seat, and left my boots by the door, ready to run if I had to. I didn't even cook anything. Just ate a granola bar and sat by the door with the lights off and the curtain pulled slightly open so I could watch. He came back around midnight. This time, he didn't stop at the driveway. He walked right up to the porch. I saw him from the window, just a few feet from me. Same clothes, same cap. I could see his face this time. Pale, bearded, blank expression. He looked older than I expected. Maybe late 50s. He just stood there, staring at the door. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just watched. Then he walked around the side of the cabin. I scrambled to the back window, heart pounding so loud I thought he might hear it. I saw his figure move along the edge of the cabin toward the back. He paused, looked toward the slope behind the cabin, then disappeared out of view. I waited for an hour, never saw him come back. At dawn, I was already in the car. I drove without stopping until I reached the first gas station with a phone signal. I didn't report it. I didn't want to answer questions or explain why I'd waited or try to justify why I hadn't hit the emergency button. I just went home. Weeks passed. I tried to forget about it. Told myself it was just some weirdo, probably harmless. Maybe he lived out there somewhere and liked to scare off people who rented the cabin. Maybe he was just curious. But I kept thinking about the prince, about how he came closer each time, how he never said a word, how he always left before dawn. And then one night, about 2 months later, I got a message from the same listing site where I found the cabin. It was from the same user. It just said, "Cabin available again. Rate reduced. Quiet. No neighbors." I didn't reply. I didn't save the listing. And I never went back. I didn't plan on staying at the cabin for more than a few days. I just wanted some peace and quiet. After a rough couple of months, being alone in the woods felt like the only thing that made sense. I had rented the place online. Some old log cabin deep in the forest, 2 hours off any main road. No neighbors, no traffic, just trees and stillness. It was the kind of silence you don't hear in the city. That heavy kind, where your own heartbeat feels like a disturbance. The drive out took longer than I expected. Dirt roads turned to gravel, then narrowed into something that didn't feel like a road anymore. The cabin was tucked between a thick patch of pine and a shallow valley with a slow-moving stream. It was simple, just a single story, small porch, and one big room inside that served as kitchen, living area, and bedroom. There was a small bathroom with cold water. No Wi-Fi, barely any phone signal. I liked that. I needed to be unreachable. The first day was quiet. I brought books, a cooler full of food, and some basic tools. I stacked wood, made a small fire in the stove, and settled into a rhythm. I walked the woods during the day, nothing too deep, just getting to know the area. The forest was thick but not wild. It was mostly pines, with a few maples and oaks here and there. The ground was soft with needles. Birds chirped, squirrels ran. Felt normal, safe. By the second day, I noticed things. Nothing big at first, just little things. A tin can crushed outside the cabin near the back wall. I hadn't brought any cans like that. I figured maybe it had been left by a previous renter. The next morning, a small pile of stones was arranged near the porch stairs, perfectly stacked. Too neat to be random. I didn't remember seeing them the day before. Maybe I missed them. Still, I knocked the pile over and forgot about it. That night, I woke up at 2:30 a.m. sharp. No noise woke me. just a sudden awareness, like my body knew something before my mind did. The air inside the cabin felt wrong. It was colder, like the fire had gone out, but when I looked, the stove was still glowing. The shadows in the corners of the room looked deeper than before. I listened, held my breath, trying to hear if something had stirred outside, but nothing, just that quiet that feels heavier than noise. I told myself I was just being paranoid. New places can do that, so I went back to sleep. The third day is when things shifted. I went walking after breakfast, going a little deeper into the woods than before. I followed a deer trail past the stream and into a thicker patch of pines. I didn't carry anything, no bag, no knife, not even water. I hadn't planned to go far. But after about 20 minutes, I came across something that made my stomach turn. It was a circle, made from broken branches, maybe 6 feet across, pressed into the pine needles like it had been there for a while. Inside the circle, the ground was clear. No sticks, no leaves. Just a smooth patch of dirt like someone had swept it clean. I backed away slowly. It didn't feel like something I should be near. I walked fast back to the cabin, kept glancing behind me, half expecting to see someone, but the woods were still. It was only when I got back and checked the porch that I saw it. Another pile of rocks, stacked again, this time taller. I didn't knock it over. I sat inside for the rest of the day. Read a book, made coffee, tried to shake the weird feeling. The sun set slow, and by the time night rolled in, the whole forest felt like it was holding its breath. I kept every light on. I didn't usually do that, but something about the dark outside made me nervous. I stayed up late, too wired to sleep, watching the fire burn down low. At some point, I must have dozed off in the armchair. I woke up to a sound, a soft, dragging sound. Not inside, just outside, something moving along the porch. I didn't move, I just listened. My heart was pounding hard enough that I could hear it in my ears. The sound circled the cabin once, slow, deliberate, like someone was walking just on the edge of the porch, scraping something as they moved. Then nothing. I sat there frozen until daylight. When I finally opened the door, there was nothing. No footprints, no marks, but the pile of rocks was gone. That day I debated leaving. I could pack up and be gone by noon, but something held me back. Maybe pride, maybe stupidity. I told myself there had to be a reason, some logical explanation. Maybe a neighbor was messing with me, or maybe some local kid had found the cabin and thought it'd be funny to freak someone out. Either way, I decided I'd stay one more night, just one. That afternoon I chopped wood, trying to keep busy. I didn't wander into the woods. I stayed close, but just before sunset, I saw something between the trees. Not movement, just a shape, a person, standing maybe 50 feet back, half hidden by the trunk of a large pine. Not moving, just standing there. I stared for what felt like a full minute. Then I blinked, and the shape was gone. I didn't go looking. That night, I locked the cabin tight. The front door had 2 deadbolts, and I slid the heavy wooden bar across the frame too. I pulled the shades and loaded the stove until the room was warm. I even moved the armchair in front of the door just in case. Around 11 p.m., the power went out. Everything went black. The heater died, the lights shut off, and the cabin felt like a tomb. The firelight was the only thing glowing, low and flickering. I tried the light switch. Nothing. Then I checked my phone. Still had some charge, but no signal. Not even a single bar. I sat there, holding the phone like it was a weapon. The silence outside was complete. Until the knock came. It was soft, barely a tap. On the back wall. Then again. A little louder. Still slow. Deliberate. 3 knocks. Then nothing. I didn't move. I just sat and stared at the wall. I kept thinking, who knocks on the back of a cabin this deep in the woods at night? There was no one else out here. Not for miles. The road in was too rough and the place wasn't marked. You had to know it was here. I didn't sleep. Not even for a second. The knocking didn't come again. But the feeling stayed. The first light, I packed everything. I didn't even eat. I shoved gear into bags, threw on my boots, and loaded the car. I was ready to go in 10 minutes. But as I walked around to the driver's side, I stopped. There were footprints in the dirt. They circled the cabin. Not boot prints, bare feet, no shoes, just wide, flat prints like someone had been walking barefoot all around the cabin while I slept. I followed them with my eyes. They stopped right outside the bedroom window and stayed there, just 2 prints, standing still. I drove out fast. The road was worse than I remembered, and the car bottomed out once, but I didn't care. I just kept driving until I hit the highway. Only then did I stop and breathe. I checked my phone. The signal came back. Full bars. I called a friend, told him I was heading home early. Didn't say why. I just needed to hear someone's voice. I didn't talk about what happened for a while. I tried to forget it, but about a month later I went online back to the rental site. I was curious. I wanted to see if the cabin was still listed. Maybe I could leave a review or warn others, but it wasn't there. The listing was gone. No record of it. No pictures. No map. Nothing. I contacted the site. They said they had no listing under that ID. No record of the rental at all. It was like it had never existed. To this day, I don't know who or what I saw out there, but I know this much. It wasn't some neighbor. It wasn't a hiker. It was someone who had been living in those woods for a long time. Someone who knew the land better than I ever could. Someone who didn't want me there, and who made sure I never came back. I haven't, and I won't. I rented the cabin because I needed to get away from everything. Life had been pulling at me from every side. Work, bills, the noise of traffic outside my apartment, and the constant buzzing in my head that never seemed to go away. I wasn't running from anything in particular, just tired of the world pushing me around. I thought a week off in the woods would help me breathe again. I found the listing online. It wasn't a fancy place, just an old wooden cabin in the mountains of Montana, about a 3-hour drive from the nearest town. The listing described it as secluded, peaceful, and ideal for writers or anyone needing solitude. It had no Wi-Fi, no cable, and barely a working cell signal. That was exactly what I was looking for. The photos showed a small porch, a woodpile stacked against one side, and a dirt path that disappeared into the trees behind it. The trees themselves were thick and wild, growing right up to the cabin walls like the forest was trying to swallow it back up. That only made it more perfect. I arrived in the late afternoon. The road there was rough and narrow, climbing steadily upward. My tires kicked up clouds of dust that hung in the air like smoke. My little SUV bounced and rattled over the ruts, and branches scraped against the sides like fingernails. I had to slow to a crawl more than once to avoid bottoming out. The last stretch of the drive was just a single-lane path with deep tire tracks, barely wide enough for one vehicle. Trees pressed in from both sides, and I had to roll down the window and fold the mirror in just to squeeze through. I couldn't help but think about what would happen if I met another car coming the other way. But I didn't. I didn't see another soul the entire drive. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was exactly how it looked in the pictures. Maybe even rougher in person. The wood siding was dark with age, the porch slanted slightly to the left, and the windows were streaked with old watermarks. There was a propane tank tucked behind the place and a little iron chimney pipe sticking up through the roof. No neighbors, no roads in sight, just trees in every direction. I killed the engine and sat there for a minute, letting the silence settle in. It was so quiet it felt like the forest was holding its breath. No cars, no people, not even birds at that moment, just the creaking of the trees in the breeze. Inside the cabin, everything was basic but clean. One main room with a small table, a couch, a wood stove in the corner, and a kitchenette with an old gas range and sink. There was a separate bedroom with a full bed and a tiny bathroom that looked like it had been added on later. There was electricity, thankfully, but it came from solar panels mounted on the roof, which meant it was limited. I didn't plan on using much of it anyway. I unpacked, brought in my groceries from the cooler, and set up my sleeping bag on the bed. I liked the idea of sleeping in it instead of under the old cabin sheets. I checked my phone and saw I had no signal. That made me a little uneasy, but I reminded myself I'd come here to be disconnected, to be alone. The first day passed quietly. I made myself dinner, read a book by lantern light, and sat out on the porch listening to the wind in the trees. I saw a deer slip through the woods just before dark and a few rabbits darting around the clearing. It felt peaceful, like I was finally somewhere the rest of the world couldn't reach me. But that night I had trouble sleeping. Not because I was scared, at least not yet. I was just too aware of the sounds. The creaks in the walls, the groaning of the wood stove cooling down, the wind scratching at the windows. Every time a branch cracked outside, I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, waiting for another sound that never came. It got colder than I expected, and I had to get up twice to feed the stove. I stepped outside around 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. The cabin had running water, but I preferred to step into the trees. The air was sharp and clean, and the stars overhead looked close enough to touch. But I felt like something was off. I couldn't explain it. The trees felt too quiet, like they were listening. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I went back inside, locked the door, and crawled into my sleeping bag. I eventually fell asleep, but it wasn't restful. The second day was better. I woke with the sun, made coffee, and sat out on the porch wrapped in my jacket. I wrote for a few hours, cooked lunch, and explored a bit of the area around the cabin. There were animal tracks everywhere, deer, raccoons, maybe a fox or two. I found a little stream about half a mile downhill, where the trees opened up enough to let the sun warm the rocks. I stayed there for a while, watching the water curl around the stones. On my way back, I noticed something strange, a boot print in the soft dirt not far from the cabin. At first, I thought it was mine, but the tread didn't match my boots, and it was deeper, wider too, like it came from someone heavier. I knelt down to look closer. It was fresh, maybe from earlier that morning. There were a couple more prints nearby, but they led into the trees and vanished on the hard ground. I stood there for a minute listening. Nothing, just the wind and the rustle of leaves. I couldn't hear any animals, which seemed odd. Everything felt a little too still again. I went back to the cabin, trying to tell myself it was probably a hunter or maybe a hiker who got turned around, even though the nearest trailhead was at least 6 miles away. Still, I locked the door that night and kept the hatchet by the bed, just in case. The next morning, I found something that made my chest go cold. One of the chairs on the porch had been moved. I remembered exactly how I left it, pushed in under the small table where I'd eaten dinner the night before. But now it was a few feet away, facing out into the trees. I hadn't touched it. I stood there staring at it for a long time, not moving, not even breathing. It wasn't the kind of thing that could happen by accident. There hadn't been wind strong enough to drag a wooden chair across the porch. Something or someone had moved it. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, scanning the trees. There was no sign of anyone, no fresh prints, no broken branches, nothing. I wanted to believe it was just my memory playing tricks on me. Maybe I had moved it and forgot. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. That day I didn't leave the cabin. I kept the stove burning hot and stayed near the window watching the woods. Every time I thought I saw movement, I tensed up, heart hammering in my chest. But it was always just the wind in the trees or a squirrel darting through the underbrush. That night I barely slept. On the 4th day I heard something. It was around 2 a.m. I'd finally dozed off when I was jolted awake by a thump outside the window. Not loud, just sharp, like someone stepping on the porch. I held my breath and listened. Another creak, then silence. I sat up slowly and reached for the flashlight I kept on the side table. I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to give away my position. Instead, I slid out of the sleeping bag and crept to the window. The porch was empty, but then I heard something again. A low scrape, like wood dragging across wood. My heart thudded in my ears. I backed away from the window, grabbed the hatchet, and stood in the shadows by the door. 10 minutes passed, maybe more. No other sounds. I wanted to open the door and shine the light outside, but something told me not to. Whoever or whatever was out there might still be watching. Eventually, I forced myself to lie back down. I didn't sleep. I just waited for the sun to rise. The next morning, I checked the porch. The same chair had been moved again. This time it was turned sideways, like someone had sat in it and then stood up quickly. There were marks in the dirt below the steps. Not footprints exactly, but something had disturbed the soil. A scuffle of some kind. Couldn't be sure. I made my decision then. I was going to leave. I had 3 more days on the reservation, but I didn't care. Something was wrong out here. Maybe it was a person. Maybe more than one. Maybe they were just screwing with me. But I didn't want to stick around to find out what else they had in mind. I packed my gear in a hurry, shoved everything into the back of the SUV, and climbed in. I turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even turn over. Just a dull click. I tried again. Same thing. I popped the hood and got out. The battery cables were loose, both of them. Not just rattled loose, but physically unscrewed and set aside like someone had carefully detached them. I stood there staring at the engine, hands shaking, the cold morning air biting at my skin. Someone had done this on purpose. Someone had been close enough, quiet enough, and careful enough to sabotage my vehicle without waking me. I reconnected the cables with numb fingers, slammed the hood shut, and tried the ignition again. This time, the engine roared to life. Relief flooded through me, but it didn't last. As I backed up and turned the SUV toward the trail, something moved in the trees. I caught it just for a second. A shape, person, standing behind a tree in a dark jacket, watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just hit the gas and tore down that dirt path, bumping over rocks, branches slapping the sides of the car, the engine whining as I took the turns too fast. I kept expecting to see another